I will speak in English again.
Panowie, Dominika Taranko, będę miała przyjemność pełnić dziś rolę gospodarza. Tłumaczenie z języka angielskiego na język polski znajdą Państwo na kanale drugim. Językiem konferencji jest język angielski, stąd dalszą część spotkania poprowadzę po angielsku. I am pleased to welcome at Energy for Europe conference all our honorable speakers and guests. Please let me describe shortly planned agenda. Just in a while, we will have welcome speeches, so I will give the floor to our special guests, who will open the discussion with their welcome word. Straight after opening session, we will start the first discussion panel, Nuclear Energy Small Nuclear Reactors SMRs, and after this panel, we will invite you for lunch. After lunch, we've planned two more panels. Second discussion about offshore wind energy, and third discussion panel about Fit for 55 Repower EU and EU energy security topics. Detailed agenda is available after scanning QR codes provided close to the reception desk. Probably you've noticed. Please notice that our meeting is streamed and recorded. I would like to thank also all our partners of this event and co-organizers, ZPP, EEA, SME Connect and Energetyka 24, and all teams for their involvement in preparations of this conference. Special thanks also to Polish Ministry of State Assets, our honorary patron, as well as to strategic partner KGHM Polska Miedź Company. Due to limited time, I won't mention all of our special guests and partners from this place. However, you can see their identification sign on the graphic, and we are very grateful for supporting this conference. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marcin Nowacki, Vice President of the Management Board of ZPP and President of the European Enterprise Alliance, who will open the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominika. Good morning to all of you. Looking at last 3 years, we must admit that it's been a difficult time for all of us, for entrepreneurs, politicians, employees, and general public. But it seems it won't be any easier. The pandemic has shown how much must be done in the field of supply chains globally. The unprovoked invasion of Russia in Ukraine creates a new surrounding for Poland, the EU, and the Western world. There is no doubt that the energy crisis is the result of a number of political and economic mistakes at the EU level, member states level. I must say that Poland and our friends, our neighbors in Central Eastern Europe have often argued that the integration of political elites with Russia and the growing energy dependence on Moscow will lead to weaponization of energy supplies. Unfortunately, at that time, we were not treated seriously. In February 2022, I wrote an article, Fit for Today, where I called for a number of actions in terms of energy sector. There is a lot under to-do list. For example, evaluating Fit for 55 package. We need to stress out, we need to provide a stress test of our energy and climate goals. There must be an urgent search for new suppliers of oil, gas, and coal. Extraordinary approach to investments into energy infrastructure. I mean here using lex specialis and fast-track procedures. Finally, launching real energy union, respecting member states to choose the way to transform its energy markets, including acceptance for nuclear installations. Partly those points, initiatives, are happening right now. But we still observe too much of political fights and lack of level playing field if goes about the way member states cover their energy policies. That must definitely change. May I thank you sincerely for your participation and activity on the issue of energy transformation. Thank you very much and looking forward to discussing with you.
Thank you, Marcin. And now I would like to welcome and invite to take the floor Mr. Piotr Dziadzio, Undersecretary of State, Chief National Geologist, Government Plenipotentiary for the State Raw Material Policy, representing today Ministry of Climate and Environment of the Republic of Poland.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for invitation, ladies and gentlemen. Because my mother language is Polish, I will speak Polish. This language allows me to fully express the message I wanted to convey to you. Okay? Please take a earphone and listen what I want to say you. Szanowni Państwo, Szanowni Członkowie Parlamentu Europejskiego, Szanowni Prezesi, Dyrektorzy, Panie i Panowie. Dzisiejsza dyskusja zainspirowana przez organizatorów konferencji Energy for Europe jest niezwykle ważna i na czasie. Wszyscy dziś zadajemy sobie pytanie, skąd ta energia będzie pochodziła, które źródła wytwórcze są niezawodne, jak będzie wyglądał w przyszłości miks energetyczny Europy. Sytuacja na europejskich rynkach energii w ostatnim roku, a w szczególności w sierpniu tego roku pokazała, że źródła energii, te, którymi dysponujemy, nie są w 100% niezawodne. Energetyka oparta na węglu nie tylko znacząco wpłynęła na kryzys energetyczny przez problemy z cenami i dostępnością węgla, ale również bezpośrednio go odczuwa z powodu wysokich cen uprawnień do emisji CO2. Również energia wodna stała się mniej pewna z uwagi na tegoroczne niskie poziomy wód w rzekach, jakie mogliśmy oglądać czy obserwować we Włoszech chociażby nawet, czy zamarzanie cieków wodnych, takie, które występowały 2 lata temu w Szwecji. Również gaz ziemny, czy to w postaci płynnej, czy gazowej, jak się przekonaliśmy, niesie za sobą ogromne ryzyko geopolityczne. Energia odnawialna z wiatru i słońca jest z kolei podatna na fluktuacje pogodowe, ale również bardziej stabilne źródła energii, takie jakim jest energia geotermalna, ta pochodząca z wnętrza Ziemi, jest tylko dostępna lokalnie. Chociaż niektóre technologie pozwalają na wykorzystywanie nawet tych niskich temperatur, myślę tutaj o gruntowych pompach ciepła, to nie są to źródła, które rozwiążą problem bezpieczeństwa energetycznego. Zatem bezpieczeństwo energetyczne to jedno, ale drugie i to ważniejsze dla mnie i dla rządu Rzeczpospolitej jest suwerenność energetyczna. W tym kierunku zmierza również weryfikacja obecnie polityki energetycznej państwa do 2040 roku. Szanowni Państwo, doświadczenia ostatnich miesięcy pokazały, że o ile nasza walka nakierowana na ochronę i dostosowanie się do pędzących zmian klimatycznych będzie priorytetem, to taka sytuacja jak brutalna napaść Rosji na Ukrainę stwarza dodatkowe argumenty do tego, aby mocno zdywersyfikować źródła energii i tworzyć bezpieczny miks energetyczny dla Europy, dla Polski. Okej. E, Zatem kontynuujemy, Szanowni Państwo.
Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Zatem zmierzamy do doprowadzenia do suwerenności energetycznej zarówno w naszym kraju, jak i w Europie.
So we are aiming at regaining the energy sovereignty in our country and in Europe.
Poszukując zatem rozwiązań, powinniśmy brać pod uwagę zarówno argumenty związane z dostępnością, ceną, jak i wpływem źródeł wytwórczych na środowisko naturalne.
So when we're looking for the solutions, we should look into the
węglowodorów.
Miała okazję do tego, żeby na zawsze już stworzyć taki pomysł energetyczny, który będzie przyjazny środowisku, ale który będzie gwarantował bezpieczeństwo, a jednocześnie dobrobyt obywatelom. Myślę, że to jest najważniejsze w tej chwili europejskie wyzwanie i od tego zależy przyszłość Europy. Gratuluję jeszcze raz, cieszę się na dyskusję, mam nadzieję na dobre pomysły, które my też będziemy mogli przenieść do debaty parlamentarnej. Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you, Madam. Please let me invite now Mr. Grzegorz Tobiszewski, member of the European Parliament.
Good morning. I would also like to speak Polish. Dziękuję serdecznie za zaproszenie, za możliwość wystąpienia i bycie później w panelu. Chciałem serdecznie pozdrowić panią europoseł, pana ministra i pana prezesa. Dziękuję panie prezesie, za parę ciekawych sformułowań, które pan użył we wstępie, bo płyną one z środowiska praktyków, środowiska menadżerskiego, środowiska przedsiębiorców. Wspomniał pan o tym, że za dużo polityki występuje przy pewnych decyzjach, przy pewnych procesach. I to jest prawda. Gospodarka ma swoje prawa. I my wiemy, że można tych praw nie znać, ale one działają. I kiedy ideologicznie spoglądamy na gospodarkę, to nie będziemy skuteczni. Wspomniał pan również, i stąd to przywołuję, że jesteśmy w czasie szczególnym, ale wspomniał pan, że jest też potrzeba, aby może na nowo określić cele i osiągania tych celów. I myślę, to jest bardzo ważne, by szczególnie tu w Brukseli, w Europie, gdzie zapadają pewne decyzje, uświadomić sobie, że nie jest wstydem przyznać się do tego, że się popełniło błąd w diagnozie i w ocenie, bo kluczem jest diagnoza. Ona jest kluczem. Jak źle opisujemy rzeczywistość, to będziemy podejmować złe decyzje. Ale nawet jeśli się nie chcemy przyznać, to możemy przecież zauważyć, że okoliczności, na które myśmy nie mieli wpływu, jak pandemia, jak napaść Rosji na Ukrainę, zmieniają nam rzeczywistość. I musimy z tego wyciągnąć wnioski. I już nie wykazując, kto popełnił błędy, popełnił błąd, źle zdiagnozował, źle opisał rzeczywistość, to dziś stoimy w obliczu czegoś, co się nawet jest ciężko opisać, co będzie. I głupotą jest tkwić w założeniach, które w mojej ocenie były trochę, delikatnie mówiąc, nieracjonalne, patrząc na to, że przemysł, że energetyka są za poważnymi kwestiami naszego życia, aby nie widzieć powiązań. I myślę, że wychodząc z owej diagnozy, musimy sobie zadać pytanie, czy rzeczywiście w Europie, wśród osób, które dzisiaj decydują o kształcie tego, co się dzieje, jest pojęcie bezpieczeństwa energetycznego, definiowanego jako definiowanego do stałości energii i mocy, która jest potrzebna do rozwoju, i czy jesteśmy umieć panować nad galopującymi cenami, które wywalają całe gospodarki krajów do góry nogami. Stajemy się nie tylko niekonkurencyjni w bliższym otoczeniu, ale w globalnym świecie gospodarek. I jeśli my dalej utrzymujemy, że najwyższym celem jest środowisko, ono jest ważne, ono jest istotne, i mówimy, że dla młodych budujemy świat, to jeśli stracimy bezpieczeństwo energetyczne, to nie dość, że środowisko zdegradujemy jeszcze bardziej, to doprowadzimy do cofnięcia się cywilizacyjnego i do biedy, pokoleniowej biedy. I to dzisiaj się zaczyna dziać. Bo jeśli my nie umiemy zdefiniować, jak system ma być stabilny, a zaczyna być między krajami Unii Europejskiej wielka indywidualna gra. Dla niektórych krajów utrzymuje się rygoryzm odchodzenia od surowca, który daje energię, daje źródło produkcji energii. Mam na myśli węgiel. A są kraje, które chociażby wczoraj czytałem, i to duże, największe, bo Niemcy likwidują farmy wiatrowe i budują kopalnie węgla brunatnego. Zakup na potęgę węgla w Holandii, we Francji, w Hiszpanii. W Niemczech uruchamiane są przecież bloki energetyki węglowej. Ja wiem, że to może być trudno słuchać, ale takie są fakty. I mamy w Niemczech rząd przecież bardzo proekologiczny. I to ten minister podejmuje te decyzje. Powiem, że słuszne, bo taki jest czas. Ale stoimy teraz, abyśmy umieli na poziomie Europy zastanowić się, czy można dalej dzielić kraje na te, którym więcej wolno i tym, którym mniej wolno. Bo nie można zmuszać jedne kraje do tego, żeby likwidowały sektor wydobywczy, mając lukę energetyczną, a inne wypełniają lukę energetyczną surowcem, inwestycjami w energetykę konwencjonalną i węgiel brunatny czy węgiel kamienny. Jeśli tej jedności na poziomie Unii nie będzie i tego zrozumienia, że mamy czas historyczny i to, o czym słusznie wspomniała pani europoseł Zalewska, aby każdy z krajów dzisiaj dostał zgodę i przyzwolenie na zbudowanie swego miksu, na teraz, na dzisiaj, aby ratować to, żebyśmy mieli energię. Bo jak się okazuje, że zaczyna nam jej brakować, to będziemy więcej szkodzić przyrodzie i środowisku, niż to miało miejsce kiedykolwiek. I nie odbudujemy naszych aktywów gospodarczych w najbliższych dziesiątkach lat. To jest ta kwestia. Dalej. Pojawia się pytanie o koordynację tego, co się dzieje w Brukseli. Z jednej strony słusznie, że komisje mają coraz więcej, podejmują coraz więcej decyzji wynikających z ich uprawnień, ale też i wykraczają poza te uprawnienia, bo mamy czas szczególny. Ale proszę Państwa, jeśli mamy 4 dyrekcje zajmujące się energetyką, to która jest ważniejsza? Kto to koordynuje? Dziś musi być ktoś, kto będzie umiał powiedzieć i zdiagnozować, jak jest dziś, a nie dodatkowe brnięcie Fit for 55, Repower EU i mówienie, że jesteśmy ambitni. Ambicje muszą być racjonalne, bo jak stracimy czas, którego nie mamy, my go nie odzyskamy. My potrzebujemy dokonać faktycznie skoku cywilizacyjnego, oczywiście w odnawialne źródła, najlepiej w wodór. Ale jak to osiągniemy, jak stracimy płynność i bezpieczeństwo energetyczne? Nie dokonamy tego skoku. Przegramy konkurencję z innymi kontynentami. I dalej. Jeśli mówimy o odnawialnych źródłach, patrz panele fotowoltaiczne, patrz wiatraki. Zadajmy sobie pytanie, akumulatory w samochodach elektrycznych. Zadajmy sobie pytanie. Wszyscy wiemy, że Europa się uzależniła od rosyjskiego gazu, od surowców. I to nas boli, bardzo boli to, co się wydarzyło, że od Rosji nie możemy z tego kraju czerpać surowców. Ale przecież jesteśmy uzależnieni w wielu sprawach i to w kwestii odnawialnych źródeł od również wielkiego kraju świata. Ostatnio wybierano tam władzę. Mówię o Chinach. Czy rzeczywiście możemy powiedzieć, że budujemy przyszłość ekologiczną, odnawialnych źródeł energii, kiedy jesteśmy uzależnieni, chociażby jeśli chodzi o surowce ziem rzadkich, w 95% od Chin? Czy to nie napawa rzeczywiście trwogą? I możemy oczywiście tego nie widzieć, bo myślę, że nauczyliśmy się rozmawiać bardzo elegancko, pomijając w Europie ważne tematy, bowiem trzeba się sprzeciwić, a nie zawsze sprzeciw jest mile widziany. I myślę, że przed tym też stoimy. I dlatego mówię o tej diagnozie. Ale jeśli w strukturze organizacyjnej Unii Europejskiej, Parlamentu Europejskiego, Komisja Przemysłu nie zajmuje się sprawami energetyki, a kluczowym jest ENVI, czyli Komisja Środowiska, gdzie zdrowie i inne, no to my rzeczywiście rozmawiamy o przyrodzie. Przyroda jest cenna, ale pojawia się pytanie, czy czasem nie zdegradujemy jej bardziej, nie widząc roli przemysłu i nowych technologii i to, co było fundamentem potęgi europejskiej, a więc nowe technologie w przemyśle, bo zawsze Europa dominowała, jeśli chodzi o przemysł i gospodarkę. I dlatego bardzo dziękuję za tą konferencję, za to, że w tym gronie Państwo dyskutujecie. Nawet dziękuję za ten pomysł i gratuluję Energia dla Europy. Bo to o czym świadczy, jak w tytule konferencji mamy Energia dla Europy. To znaczy się, że ona nie jest taka pewna. Dziękuję serdecznie.
Thank you for your speech, sir. Just in a while, we will start the first panel. But before that, I'd like to ask to take the floor Mr. Andrzej Kęsbok, Vice President Finance at KGHM Polska Miedź, representing our strategic partner of the conference.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Szanowny Panie Ministrze, Szanowni Państwo europarlamentarzyści, członkowie Komisji Europejskiej, wszyscy szanowni goście. Jest mi bardzo przyjemnie, to jest duży honor występować na tej konferencji. Dziękuję ZPP za zorganizowanie, za wysiłek włożony w przygotowanie tej konferencji i ten bardzo ważny temat. Rzeczywiście KGHM Polska Miedź jest partnerem strategicznym tego wydarzenia. Zaraz powiem dlaczego. Myślę, że to też będzie przedmiotem dyskusji w dniu dzisiejszym, ale chciałem zacząć nawiązując trochę do wcześniejszych wypowiedzi od pewnych takich ogólnych uwag. Rzeczywiście myślenie o energii w Europie się zmienia. Zmienia się pod wpływem pandemii, zmienia się pod wpływem kosztów surowców, zmienia się pod wpływem wreszcie teraz agresji rosyjskiej na Ukrainie, ale można powiedzieć szerszej agresywnej postawie Rosji w wielu obszarach, również w obszarze energetycznym. Drugi wspomniany ważna inicjatywa Fit for 55, ona w pewien sposób też zmienia nasze myślenie, czy w ogóle zmienia myślenie o tym, jak podejść do przyszłej, do zabezpieczenia energii w Europie. A trzeci element, no to jest, powiedziałbym, może nie fizyczny, ale taki mentalnie odczuwany brak gazu. On gdzieś w którymś momencie może się przełożyć na fizyczne braki, oby nie. I duży wysiłek jest podejmowany w wielu krajach, żeby to nie nastąpiło, ale sama groźba braków gazu spowodowała pewne przewartościowanie w podejściu do zaopatrzenia w energię. A więc dyskusja, jak działać w tym średnim i długim terminie w tej całej sytuacji trwa i wnioski wydają się być takie niezupełnie oczywiste. To, o czym mówił pan europarlamentarzysta Tobiszowski, pan minister Tobiszowski, myślę, że bardzo, bardzo dobrze jak gdyby pokazuje to zmieniające się myślenie. My też oczywiście jako duży podmiot przemysłowy zastanawiamy się, jak podejść do kwestii energetycznej. Od właściwie 2 lat wpisaliśmy sobie strategię energetyczną w centrum naszej strategii biznesowej, a jesteśmy dosyć energochłonną firmą. Jesteśmy firmą górniczą i hutniczą, która produkuje miedź, srebro i wiele innych metali. Tylko w Polsce zużywamy około 3000 gigawatogodzin energii elektrycznej, więc jesteśmy no, dużym konsumentem. Czasami lubimy się porównywać, że zużywamy mniej więcej tyle energii elektrycznej, ile miasto Wrocław, które jest naszym sąsiednim miastem, więc miasto około 700-tysięczne. I musimy do tego podchodzić bardzo, bardzo odpowiedzialnie. To znaczy, oczywiście rozumiejąc i wypełniając cele o charakterze suwerenności energetycznej, przykładając się do nich, My także, będąc jednak podmiotem komercyjnym, chcemy patrzeć na stabilność dostaw, na bezpieczeństwo dostaw i na koszty energii. Tego, żeby uzyskać w miarę przewidywalne koszty energii w długim okresie, bo to zabezpiecza nasz byt, to zabezpiecza naszą konkurencyjność. Również patrzymy na inne dostępne technologie odnawialne, technologie wiatrowe, technologie wodorowe. Złożyliśmy wnioski do ministra infrastruktury o przyznanie licencji na budowę morskich elektrowni wiatrowych na Bałtyku. Czekamy na rozstrzygnięcie tego postępowania z dużą nadzieją. Natomiast patrząc na również wodór, na wykorzystanie wodoru, zastanawiamy się, jakie powinny być też w przyszłości i źródła energii elektrycznej, i źródła wodoru. I te wszystkie wątki, o których teraz mówię, podprowadzają nas pod jeden wniosek. To znaczy uważamy, że na te wszystkie kwestie najlepiej odpowiada energetyka jądrowa. Zarówno z punktu widzenia ograniczania emisji dwutlenku węgla przy produkcji energii elektrycznej, zarówno jeżeli chodzi o pozyskanie energii cieplnej, którą można wykorzystać chociażby do termicznego rozkładu wody, do wysokotemperaturowej elektrolizy i pozyskiwania wodoru, ale również w kontekście bezpieczeństwa paliwowego. Wiem, w tej chwili większość uranu jest kupowana z terenu Rosji lub Kazachstanu, natomiast wiemy doskonale, że uran występuje w bardzo wielu miejscach i jurysdykcjach na świecie, również tych bezpiecznych i stabilnych, chociaż być może w ostatnich latach w tych obszarach nie były dokonywane duże inwestycje. Mówię tutaj o Stanach Zjednoczonych i Kanadzie, ale tam ta produkcja paliwa jądrowego oczywiście była, jest i jest nadal możliwa w znacznie większych ilościach niż paliw węglowodorowych. Także jako podmiot przemysłowy, ale już mający trochę doświadczenia w energetyce, mamy 4 turbiny, których produkujemy energię elektryczną, więc trochę rozumiemy te kwestie. Zdecydowaliśmy wpisać do naszej strategii również budowę takiej elektrowni jądrowej opartej o małe reaktory modularne, o SMR-y. To była decyzja bardzo, bardzo świadoma. Myśmy w pierwszym kroku zdecydowali się na technologię amerykańską, technologię firmy NuScale. To jest technologia takiego reaktora o nazwie Voyager, który ma moc zainstalowaną 77 MW i sprzedawany jest w tak zwanych 4-pakach, 6-pakach lub 12-pakach. Przekonaliśmy się do tej energii, do tej firmy, do tego partnera z 2 powodów. Pierwszy jest taki, że gdyby jest to technologia, która posiada już wstępną ocenę bezpieczeństwa NRC, tego Nuclear Regulatory Commission w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Drugi jest taki, że wydaje się, że ten pomysł przede wszystkim bazuje na dotychczasowym dorobku branży nuklearnej w zakresie projektowania reaktorów, projektowania przebiegu reakcji jądrowej i sterowania reakcją jądrową i wybiega trochę dalej, mianowicie umożliwia sterowanie tą reakcją bez wykorzystania elementów elektrycznych, elementów sterowanych, a więc mówię tutaj o pompach, zaworach czy tego typu wyposażeniu wewnątrz reaktora w tym obiegu pierwotnym. Jest to obieg, który działa wyłącznie w oparciu o siły natury, o konwekcję, mówiąc wprost, czyli unoszeniu się ciepłej wody do góry i opadaniu zimnej na dół. Więc jak gdyby jest w naszej ocenie taki bardzo bezpieczny. Nieuzależniony w sytuacjach awaryjnych od dostępu do energii elektrycznej, od dostępu do systemów informatycznych, do jakichś możliwości ataków również informatycznych. Więc jest to lekcja, którą wyciągnęliśmy i nadal wyciągamy z sytuacji związanej z dostępnością energii i cenami energii w Polsce i w Europie. Chcemy nadal rozwijać nasze źródła odnawialne, ale chcemy również rozwijać to źródło jądrowe, dlatego że uważamy, że tu jest pewna przewaga zaszyta i pewna komplementarność z dużymi programami jądrowymi. Ta komplementarność polega na tym, że liczymy na to i mam nadzieję wkrótce będzie to ogłoszone, wybór dostawców technologii i jak gdyby strategia rozwoju tak zwanego dużego atomu w Polsce. Natomiast mały atom, atom komercyjny ma wiele obszarów wspólnych, chociażby związanych z kwestiami regulacyjnymi, z wyborem lokalizacji, szkoleniem kadr, rozwojem zdolności produkcyjnych, wykonawczych, certyfikacji firm i wszelkich podmiotów, które przy projektach jądrowych pracują. I tutaj oczywiście taką współpracę chcemy rozwinąć, również naukową, również szkoleniową, również związaną z budową kadr. A druga rzecz, no to jest przewaga, mianowicie naszym zdaniem małe reaktory jądrowe jednak są tańsze w produkcji i szybsze w produkcji, ponieważ one są prefabrykowane w zakładzie produkcyjnym i montowane na miejscu, w odróżnieniu od tak zwanego dużego atomu, który jest de facto budowany na miejscu elektrowni. Jeżeli tylko ten łańcuch dostaw się uruchomi i będzie działał, no ma szansę rzeczywiście zrewolucjonizować tę energetykę, w co wydaje się wierzą Stany Zjednoczone i kilka innych krajów, kilka innych państw, które to finansują. Jest to oczywiście technologia, która jeszcze nie zaistniała komercyjnie, natomiast my bardzo pilnie jak gdyby przyglądamy się tym pierwszym projektom, które są na świecie i chcemy przy tym być, chcemy rozumieć, jakie zagrożenia są z tym związane. Również kwestia finansowania energetyki jądrowej jest cały czas otwarta. Nie ma jeszcze pełnej odpowiedzi w tym zakresie. Myśmy rozpoczęli taki dialog z bankami, z doradcami, z regulatorami rynku, z Komisją Nadzoru Finansowego, z NBP-em, żeby jak gdyby przygotować się do tego, w jaki sposób i w jakim modelu, w jakiej strukturze najlepiej finansować atom. Także to jest gdyby nasz wkład firmy przemysłowej, firmy komercyjnej, która widzi w tym bezpieczeństwo zaopatrzenia, również bezpieczeństwo stabilności kosztów. Chętnie też będę przysłuchiwał się dalszej części obrad. Liczę na ciekawy dzień i ciekawe dyskusje. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now we will straight start our first panel, which will last around 1 hour. Moderator of our panel is Kamil Zawicki, co-managing partner at Kubas Kozgałkowski, our content partner. Please, Kamil, invite your speakers.
Thank you, Dominika. Ladies and gentlemen, Madame et Messieurs, drodzy Państwo, I will have the honor to moderate the first panel of this conference, the panel concerning the hot topic of today, SMR technology, and I hope that the discussion will be interesting and inspiring for you. The first and main role of the moderator of the panel is not to disturb the panelists, so that I will just be very short, taking into account that we already have a small delay of the conference. Thanks to work of all of the organizers of the conference, we will have the opportunity to hear eminent panelists which will provide us with a very different perspective on the topic, on the nuclear energy in general and specifically on SMR technology. We will have a general guiding perspective of the European Parliament, and this is why I would like to invite and cordially welcome as first the member of the European Parliament, Madame Anna Zalewska. Pani poseł, bardzo prosimy, zapraszam do panelu, proszę zająć preferowane dla Pani miejsce. We will also have the European operational perspective representing European Commission. I would like to invite to the panel Gianfranco Brunetti. Gianfranco is Deputy Head of Unit Nuclear Energy, Nuclear Waste and Decommissioning. Thank you. Then we will have Polish governmental perspective on the issue, and I would like to invite to the panel and cordially welcome Minister Piotr Dziadzio, already introduced today and having the preliminary speech. Then we will have very important perspective on the SMR technology, crucial perspective, I would say, from some point of views, that is the business perspective. As this is the technology shall be developed in the commercial way. And this is why I would like to invite to the panel Mr. Kamil Orzeł, Director of the Regulation Department at the strategic partner of the conference, KGHM Miedź Polska, or KGHM Miedź Polska. I would also like to invite Mr. Andrzej Gojcea, Policy Director in the Nuclear Europe, also representing the business perspective or the business development perspective on the issue. Last, and I think in this gremium least, I would like to introduce shortly myself, Kamil Zawicki. I'm a co-managing partner of the content partner of this conference, law firm Kubaskos-Gałkowski. I'm also heading the energy practice of this law firm. Dear all, just a couple of words, very short words of introduction to the discussion, which is the core nomen omen business of this panel. 24th of January of this year changed the world dramatically, the world as we know. The question of the energy independence is much more crucial for European Union and for Europe, generally speaking, than ever before. In the same time, the nuclear energy is going through a kind of renaissance. Even the fiercest opponents of the nuclear energy change their minds in the light of the geopolitical situation. There is a symbolic, significant date here. I mean the 6th of July of this year, when, on the motion of Commission, the European Parliament agreed to add nuclear energy to European taxonomy. So this is the starting point for our discussion. There are two aspects, dimensions of the nuclear energy. Conventional one, large scale energy, and the SMR technology. The questions which are arising are as follows. Are they coherent in the energy mix? Or do they in any way interfere with each other? What is the role of the European and local bodies to develop and to support these technologies, and on which way? And with all of these questions, I would like to approach our panelists. Allow me to ask questions in English and then in Polish, because perhaps some of our eminent speakers will be willing to answer in Polish. The first question I would like to direct to Madame Zalewska, and I would like to ask what meaning from the European and Polish perspective does it have that the European Parliament agreed to add nuclear energy into the European taxonomy? And the second question, in the same time, are there any initiatives on the level of the European Parliament at this time to support, to promote the nuclear energy itself and the SMR technology in particular?
Rzeczywiście. Tak? Dobrze, dziękuję bardzo. Rzeczywiście ostatnie miesiące były emocjonujące w Parlamencie Europejskim, dlatego że wszystko zaczęło się wiosną tego roku, kiedy Komisja Europejska przygotowała akt delegowany, który był też wynikiem lobbingu poszczególnych krajów członkowskich i Parlamentu Europejskiego, żeby do taksonomii, czyli aktu, który ustala kryteria dla instytucji finansowych, które to mają pokazywać, jakie inwestycje mogą być finansowane. Po przedstawieniu tego aktu delegowanego rzeczywiście Zieloni i socjaliści przypuścili ogromny atak na ten akt. Doszło do tego, że na połączonych komisjach, między innymi budżetu i środowiska, przegłosowano sprzeciw, brak zgody na ten akt delegowany. Na szczęście głosowanie przeszło do Parlamentu Europejskiego i nie udało się utrzymać tego sprzeciwu. Czyli akt delegowany mamy, ten dotyczący taksonomii z atomem i gazem. Jeszcze nie ma jakichś dużych wydarzeń, które by były konsekwencją tej taksonomii, ale mamy już dwa polityczne zdarzenia. Po pierwsze, w rezolucji, która była głosowana na ostatnim posiedzeniu Parlamentu Europejskiego, kiedy wzywaliśmy do działań obniżających ceny energii, pojawiły się zapisy, które w pozytywny sposób wypowiadały się na temat atomu i gazu. Również wspominałam Państwu, że trwają dosyć intensywne i nerwowe prace nad Repower EU. Tam między innymi jest mowa o uwolnieniu dodatkowych 20 miliardów euro na instalacje i to gazowe, i to atomowe. W związku z tym pojawiła się taka poprawka na komisji ITRE. I jak widzicie Państwo, też zupełnie inaczej mówi się o tym w Unii Europejskiej. Niemcy, mając zielonego ministra gospodarki, mimo protestów jednak utrzymują działalność elektrowni atomowych. Przypomnijmy, tam już działa niewiele i właściwie miały kończyć swoją żywotność. Wojna, nie taksonomia, ale wojna spowodowała, że od tego odeszli. W związku z tym trzeba wykorzystać ten klimat. To nie znaczy, że w taksonomii mamy kryteria, które będą łatwe do spełnienia. One są trudne. Trzeba udowodnić ową zrównoważoność i troskę również o środowisko. Ale to daje szansę, to daje możliwościom, ambicjom tych, którzy chcą zadbać o tanią energię dla obywateli, choć same inwestycje, jak dobrze wiemy, są bardzo, bardzo drogie.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is clarifying a lot. Only one general remark. I don't think, and I regret that we'll not have time for the discussion with the audience for timing reasons. If you have any questions arising from any presentation or statement of our speakers, please do send them by email to Dominika, or try to discuss this in the lobby during the lunch, of course. But if you are not lucky, then please send them to Dominika, and the organizers will collect them and pass to speakers. Thank you very much. I would like to shift to the operational perspective of the Commission and ask Gianfranco. Gianfranco, even before in 2021, there was a initiative to establish a pre-partnership on SMR technology. What's the current status of any works or initiatives supported by the European Commission concerning SMR technology. We also know that the project named Towards European Licensing of SMR is developed or introduced under the umbrella or supervision of the European Commission. Could you please provide us any details or views in this scope?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Well, first of all, good morning and thank you for inviting me, for having me. Yes, indeed, you mentioned new initiatives supported from the European Commission on SMR already before the development of the crisis. So this was already an important topic. SMRs are, in a way, if I may use this word, very fashionable today in the discussion. But we've heard today that SMR promise to be cheaper than conventional large-scale reactors. But this will be true only if some conditions are met. Because they will be cheaper not because, or mainly not because they are small, but because they are modular. This means that they can be manufactured elsewhere and installed on a site. And if we don't prepare the conditions for the European market to profit of this feature of the SMRs will not be cheaper than large-scale reactors. So the initiative of the EU SMR pre-partnership that was demanded by the stakeholders was not, let's say, initiated by the European Commission. There was indeed, as you mentioned, a workshop in 2021 where European stakeholders, mainly the industry, invited the Commission to launch this initiative. Is basically aiming at that. So to face the development of SMR in a more united way in Europe, not individually or, let's say, bilaterally member states with possible vendors. So this is where we come from. And I will then let Andrei develop, because indeed, as I said, this is an initiative under the leadership of the nuclear industry, but there is an important regulatory aspect to that. In order to make the modularity become an actual advantage of the technology, we need stronger harmonization or a way to improve licensing at the European level. Now, the point is that it is the responsibility of the national regulators to ensure the highest safety standards for each nuclear facility that is installed in a member state. And therefore, we see that there are rather different approaches. But the Commission, and especially us in DG Energy, can work with the support of the ENSREG, the European Network of Regulators. And we have involved ENSREG in the activities in preparing the pre-partnership. There is indeed, the pre-partnership is organized by work streams. There are 5 work streams, and one of them is about licensing. This is where we are trying to have the regulators work together to find ways to ensure that SMRs will be developed in an easier way and without, let's say, additional roadblocks due to the regulatory aspects. We have on the market several vendors. The main aim is to have SMRs on grid by early 2030s. Otherwise, they will not serve the target, the purpose of climate neutrality by 2050, because we have 2 types of SMRs. The prompt technology that is to be developed and built in the next decade, and the advanced modular reactors that will come for the future. So we have a two dimension there. So we are focusing on this first dimension because this has to serve the purpose of the policy target. And we see that there are a few technologies available for that, one in Europe mainly, and some others from foreign vendors that were mentioned also today. So it is important that this pre-partnership and the future initiative that should originate from that will pool the national regulators, especially, possibly also in clusters, why not, to develop technologies on a regional scale. So we heard about NuScale, the interest for NuScale in Poland. We have interest for NuScale in Romania, just an example. But NuScale technology to be fully developed and according to the modularity effect, it would benefit of a double market or even multiple market. So this is what we are doing, facilitating the dialogue between the regulators. We also observed that in the case of the newer technology from France, 3 regulators from Finland, Czech Republic, and France are already having this dialogue to find ways to have newer possibly developed in an harmonized way in the 3 countries. So this is what we can do at the Commission level because the Commission has no regulatory power in that respect. I think this is what's coming. There was a lot of work done in the last year. So you mentioned that in June last year we had a workshop, but meanwhile the pre-partnership has really carried a lot of work. There were several meetings, and there is an aim to have an initial report out of this meeting towards the beginning of next year. So we'll see where we are landing there. But certainly there is a need for stronger and stronger support from the stakeholders in order for these activities and initiatives becoming something actual for the European citizens and the member states. I would take it like that, and then maybe if I need to clarify some points, I'm happy to.
Thank you very much. We'll continue these issues, as you mentioned, with Andrzej Gojca in a while, but if you all don't mind, we would like to keep the logic of the panel, and now we would like to go to the governmental, so to say, perspective on the issue, and I would like to invite Minister Piotr Dziadzio, already introduced today, already having introductory speech, to share some comments and views on the SMR the technology, especially from the governmental point of view, on both dimensions of the nuclear technology. Are they coherent, or do they interfere somehow in the energy mix? What's the role in the energy independence policy, Polish and European? What is, are there any plans and possibilities to support the SMR technology, the development of this technology and research in this technology on the governmental level? Please share your views with us. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo za pytanie. Szanowni Państwo, ja chciałem się odnieść do pierwszej kwestii, która została tutaj poruszona w zakresie koherentności lub braku koherentności pomiędzy energetyką jądrową, konwencjonalną, a energetyką opartą na modularnych reaktorach jądrowych. Szanowni Państwo, w publicystycznych dyskusjach bardzo często pokazywały się takie zagadnienia, że SMR-y mają zastąpić konwencjonalną energetykę jądrową, co jest nieprawdą. Ja to dementuję w tej chwili. Jeśli jest takie przekonanie u Państwa, to nie mamy takiego patrzenia na rozwój modularnych reaktorów. patrzymy na te dwie technologie jako całkowicie niezależne i uzupełniające się, czyli komplementarne. To jest bardzo ważne i to taki przekaz, myślę, że z mojej strony i jest to również przekaz nie tylko ze strony Ministerstwa Klimatu i Środowiska, ale również i rządu Rzeczpospolitej. To jest istotny element. Jeśli chodzi o efektywność, wsparcie dla rozwoju tego typu reaktorów jądrowych, modularnych reaktorów jądrowych, to oczywiście technologia jest znana, ale wymaga również rozwoju, adaptacji do szczególnych warunków i do przedsiębiorstw, które z punktu widzenia biznesowego chcą produkować na własne potrzeby energię elektryczną, czyli tworzyć pewną niezależność energetyczną, ale biznesową dla siebie. To jest bardzo ważne. Natomiast zdajemy sobie również sprawę z tego, że te modularne reaktory, które mogą być rozwijane, rozbudowywane w czasie, mogą pełnić również pewną rolę bezpieczeństwa energetycznego w okręgach, gdzie ten przemysł jest rozwijany. Ja się bardzo cieszę, że KGHM jest takim inicjatorem rozwoju tego typu energetyki, dlatego że ona nie tylko powoduje to, że po wdrożeniu energetyki opartej na reaktorach modularnych następuje bezpieczeństwo procesów technologicznych, które są prowadzone w KGHM-ie, ale równocześnie możemy tworzyć wartość dodaną w takim procesie, czyli udostępnić nadwyżkę tej mocy, która może się znaleźć poprzez rozbudowę mocy energetycznych i może ona być pewnym backupem, pewnym zabezpieczeniem w sytuacji trudności, czyli tutaj no, braków energii, czy też sytuacji kryzysowych, mówiąc tak kolokwialnie. To jest bardzo ważne i będziemy wspierać. Z punktu widzenia legislacyjnego, to oczywiście tam, gdzie jest to możliwe, to już mówimy i piszemy o możliwości inwestycji w zakresie rozwoju nie tylko energetyki jądrowej, klasycznej, ale również tej energetyki opartej na reaktorach, małych reaktorach modularnych, reaktorach jądrowych. I to jest ważny element, że tam, gdzie w prawie naszym brakuje jeszcze tych zapisów, to będziemy to uzupełniać i na bieżąco to wykonujemy. Niemniej jednak z punktu widzenia państwa to jest działalność, która jest stricte biznesowa. Ale mówię, może ona być również wykorzystana do tego, ażeby tworzyć pewne zabezpieczenie społeczne w przypadku takich trudnych sytuacji. Oczywiście ważnym elementem jest taksonomia, która pozwala i daje nam możliwości finansowania tego typu inwestycji. To jest bardzo ważny element. Niemniej jednak to jest troszeczkę inna ścieżka. Nie jest to rządowa ścieżka, jest to ścieżka taka, która dotyczy spełnienia pewnych warunków i skorzystania z możliwości finansowych, które daje nam taksonomia. I jeszcze jeden element, który chciałem tutaj Państwu powiedzieć, to jest to, że energetyka jądrowa to nie tylko bezpieczeństwo, ale również nadwyżki mocy możemy poprzez pewną dużą i strategię, taką filozofię, do której zmierzamy, może być również źródłem ewentualnie energii, którą możemy magazynować, czyli przekształcać, chociażby nawet w przypadku nadwyżek mocy, w wodór, który docelowo będzie nam służył w procesie dekarbonizacji jako to ostateczne paliwo. Więc jest to też również pewne wyprzedzenie pewnych działań, które mogą w przyszłości, a wierzymy w to, że mogą i powinny być tym elementem pomagającym nam w transformacji energetycznej i dekarbonizacji, a równocześnie zmiany i poprawy życia nas wszystkich, nie tylko w Polsce, ale również w Europie. Czyli magazynowanie energii poprzez nadwyżki wytworzone również z reaktorów jądrowych. To jest też ważny element, ale nie najważniejszy. Najważniejsza jest stabilność energetyczna, bezpieczeństwo energetyczne, bezpieczeństwo procesów technologicznych, które zapewniają nam właśnie reaktory indywidualne, możemy tak powiedzieć, bo dedykowane do potrzeb biznesu i mogą one być wówczas wykorzystane w sposób efektywny. I ten reaktor, który nie pobiera mocy systemowej, czyli z systemu, tworzy również pewne bezpieczeństwo do tego, że ten transport czy to dostarczanie energii wyłącza nam te duże przedsiębiorstwa i nie zaburza nam przesyłu energii elektrycznej do tych wrażliwych odbiorców. Dziękuję bardzo.
Is a very important voice in this discussion, and as in the speech of Minister Dziadzio, KGHM was mentioned, and KGHM was mentioned even before of natural reasons by President Kensbok. Then I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Kamil Orzeł, Director in the Regulatory Division of KGHM, and I would like to ask you to share with us your views, to add your perspective to the perspective which was already presented by President Kensbok today. Generally, your views and perspective on the development of the SMR technology, your chances which you see and obstacles which you still also observe. Please.
Raz, dwa. Nie wiem, czy mnie słychać? Słychać.
Yes.
Dziękuję bardzo za to pytanie. Dziękuję serdecznie też organizatorom za w ogóle za to wydarzenie. My jako KGHM jesteśmy spółką globalną, posiadamy aktywa produkcyjne na kilku kontynentach, praktycznie relacje handlowe z niemalże wszystkimi krajami świata, więc temat energetyki, też energetyki jądrowej jest dla nas bardzo ważny, zwłaszcza w kontekście zmian, które są ostatnio. Faktycznie temat energetyki jądrowej, temat SMR-ów w Polsce jako jedni z pierwszych zainicjowaliśmy poważne takie prace w implementacji tej technologii. W ubiegłym roku, mniej więcej rok temu, podpisaliśmy pierwszą umowę z firmą ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, NuScale Power, umowę dotyczącą rozpoczęcia prac nad implementacją tych technologii w Polsce. Tak jak już to było powiedziane, NuScale to jest jedyna w chwili obecnej firma na świecie posiadająca zlicencjonowaną w Stanach Zjednoczonych technologię SMR, więc wydaje się, że jest to partner i technologia rozwijana przez tą firmę jest technologią, która w największym prawdopodobieństwie i najszybciej będzie technologią produkcyjną. Następnie w lipcu tego roku złożyliśmy aplikację przed PA, czyli naszym polskim regulatorem, jeżeli chodzi o kwestię energetyki jądrowej, dotyczącą uzyskania opinii generalnej i planujemy, żeby do końca tego roku rozpocząć już pracę nad studium lokalizacyjnym technologii tej reaktora czy reaktorów, tak, w Polsce. Z takiej generalnej perspektywy, jeżeli chodzi o przemysł energochłonny, wydaje się, że ta technologia SMR-owa jest, no może nie jedyną, ale technologią, która ma olbrzymią perspektywę przed przemysłem, olbrzymią perspektywę na zaspokojenie potrzeb przemysłu z kilku powodów. No po pierwsze umożliwia, co jest oczywiste, umożliwia dekarbonizację i odejście od paliw kopalnianych. Po drugie, kwestie związane z stabilnością dostaw. Tak, dla przemysłu energochłonnego, dla dużego przemysłu stabilność dostaw jest to kluczowy czynnik. I to jest czynnik, który stawia pod znakiem zapytania inne technologie, ponieważ no, my nie możemy sobie jako tego typu producent energochłonny, nie możemy sobie pozwolić na, musimy mieć po prostu stabilność dostaw. I po trzecie, to o czym wspominał pan prezes Kensbok, no, ta technologia ze względu na swoją skalę wydaje się być w zasięgu finansowym dużego przemysłu. Tak jak ta energetyka pełnoskalowa pewnie już jest kwestia bardziej zasięgu finansowego państwa, technologia SMR-owa wydaje się być w zasięgu poszczególnych uczestników rynku. Oczywiście mamy świadomość tego, że ta technologia nie jest w pełni skomercjalizowana, że ta technologia jest w pewien sposób innowacyjna. Niemniej no, musimy mieć świadomość też, że jeszcze kilkanaście lat temu duże farmy fotowoltaiczne czy farmy wiatrowe na morzu też były pewną technologią przyszłości, a teraz mają olbrzymie zastosowanie i wydaje się w kontekście SMR-ów, że ci, którzy podejmą to ryzyko, że ci, którzy zmierzą się z tym wyzwaniem implementacji tej technologii w swoich zakładach produkcyjnych, no osiągną przewagę konkurencyjną, bo my jako firma patrzymy na to z takiej perspektywy czysto biznesowej. Tutaj ważne jest też to, że ostatnie decyzje rządów, czy to Niemiec, czy Szwecji, dotyczące powiedzmy pewnego nuklearnego renesansu i powrotu do energetyki jądrowej, no wydają się potwierdzać, że ten kierunek, który my jako biznes obraliśmy, znajduje potwierdzenie też z perspektywy decydentów politycznych, znajduje też potwierdzenie z perspektywy rynków. Tutaj, i to też jest perspektywa przemysłu energochłonnego, ważne jest to, żeby ta zmiana, która gdzieś jest w przestrzeni publicznej, w przestrzeni politycznej odnośnie właśnie podejścia do energetyki jądrowej, zmiana, która została wygenerowana ostatnimi wydarzeniami, zmiana, której przyczynę możemy upatrywać w uzależnieniu się od rosyjskich surowców, no była zmianą trwałą, żeby nie była to tylko chwilowa zmiana wynikająca z wydarzeń obecnych, ale żeby to faktycznie była zmiana, która znajdzie odniesienie w trwałych zmianach politycznych. Tutaj był też temat taksonomii, no faktycznie decyzja o włączeniu w taksonomię między innymi energii jądrowej daje nam nadzieję na to, żeby znaleźć partnerów finansowych, którzy w odpowiedni sposób zdyskontują tą zieloną inwestycję na etapie pozyskiwania już finansowania na budowę samych reaktorów. Jeszcze wrócę tylko do postępowania przed PAA. Opinia ogólna, o którą złożyliśmy dokumenty, której aplikację złożyliśmy w lipcu, była pierwszą tego typu aplikacją w historii PA. Jako KGHM, jako pierwsi w Polsce złożyliśmy dokumentację do PA w tym zakresie opinii ogólnej. Sama opinia ogólna jest to, powiedziałbym, taki przedlicencyjny dokument określający, czy dana technologia, w naszym przypadku technologia NuScale'a, spotyka się, jest zgodna z polskimi wymogami prawa atomowego. Tak, to będzie dokument, który umożliwi nam w ogóle budowę i faktyczne inwestycje w tą technologię. Jeżeli chodzi o terminy, bo to zawsze jest interesujące, my złożyliśmy te dokumenty w lipcu. Według prawa faktycznie PA ma na odpowiedź między 6, w szczególnych przypadkach 9 miesięcy, więc zakładamy, że w pierwszej połowie przyszłego roku będziemy mieli tą decyzję. Oczywiście ja nie jestem tutaj upoważniony do tego, żeby opowiadać bardziej szczegółowo, jak te prace wyglądają. Niemniej jesteśmy przekonani o tym, że te terminy będą dotrzymane i mamy nadzieję na szczęśliwe ich zakończenie. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. We of course are not awaiting that you will share with us confidential issues of that process. You and Mr. Kensbach presented KGHM as brave enough to develop in the commercial way this technology, and we may only keep fingers crossed for the success. You also mentioned many still open issues and aspects of the whole process, legislative, administrative, operational, financial, but you also mentioned licensing. And we will then come back to licensing now, which was already mentioned by Gianfranco as well. Andrei, please could you share your views on and develop the views which were already discussed or presented during our panel on licensing, on these initiatives in which you are involved. Please also share, of course, your perspective and your entity, your organization, which you represent on the whole process.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. I think that the event is very much welcome for considering the current situation. So we are basically having a trilemma, right? We are talking about climate changes, we are talking about security of supply and affordability. energy prices and so on. I think that nuclear as a sector is responding to all 3 points of this trilemma. And I'm talking here about, of course, large reactors and complemented by small modular reactors. As Gianfranco said, a very trendy technology. I think that we have an optimistic perspective to have it developed in the early 2030s. I think that the development of the SMRs are coming now because the market it's requiring, and we saw also from what was said before by our new member KGHM that the market need this, and the structure of the market is changing. You know, with different type of generation technology. Now focusing a little bit more on SMRs, because I was saying about the context. First of all, I have to say that Nuclear Europe just published yesterday a position paper on SMRs. So we consider the topic very important for us. And as it was already, Gianfranco started to tell about the European SMR pre-partnership, the initiative that was started last year. Beside the licensing aspects that this pre-partnership is looking at, and I will not go further, I have to say that the different work streams are looking also at the market analysis. As I was saying at the beginning, the market analysis is very important, and we have to understand where it will fit and how it will fit, and what are the needs of the intensive energy users. Then we will have also a work stream that will deal with the financing, but also a very important aspect that the pre-partnership is looking at, it's the supply chain and the availability of the nuclear supply chain, and how things can be can be done in order to have these reactors online in the early 2030s. And the last work stream is also about research and development, which is very important. It has to go hand in hand with the other developments. So this being said, we are looking forward to see the first projects starting in Europe, and just to have news from different intensive users, which we see that they are looking more and more to this solution as easier to be financed and maybe faster to be implemented.
Thank you very much. Before we go further, I would like to ask a dramatic question, which is a typical question of each moderator. Dominika, how much time do we still have?
I would say that another 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. This is what I expected. So I think we already had the opportunity to hear about each perspective on the SMR technology and its development, which we expected from this panel. Now I would like to ask the panelists if any of you would like to comment on what was said during the panel. I would cordially invite you to have some comments or remarks. Chciałbym Państwa zachęcić do tego, by ewentualnie skomentować to, co zostało powiedziane w czasie panelu, jako zakończenie i jego podsumowanie. Gdyby ktoś z Państwa był chętny, zapraszam.
Yeah, thank you. Well, more than a comment is a sort of supplement what we have said about the foresight from the European Commission, from the preparation of the pre-partnership. I have heard from main intervention the importance of security of supply. And today we are dealing with this issue in a crisis management mode. So we are somewhat reacting to what happened in order to handle it. SMRs, as we are speaking about SMRs, give us an opportunity to proactively deal with security of supply before the problems occur. And this is why I would like to remark the work stream that Andrei mentioned about the supply chain. Because regardless of the technology that member states and investors will select, we need a large involvement of European supply chain. So we need to secure that regardless of the technology, regardless of the third country where this technology is coming from, we need to deal with the supply chain in advance. And this is one of the main purposes of this pre-partnership concept. Secondly, this is also about the supply of fuel and nuclear fuel services, which is currently an issue to be dealt with the current nuclear fleet in Europe, especially for some cases. But we need to act in anticipation when we set a new national strategy for developing nuclear energy. So I just wanted to remark that this is very important and will be very, the Commission, I guess, will be very attentive to developments in this area.
Thank you. Any other comments? Still we have 2 minutes, I hope.
Czujemy się w pewien sposób współgospodarzami i chciałem te 2 minuty wykorzystać na bardzo serdeczne podziękowania, zaczynając od europosłów, którym ostatnio mieliśmy okazję gościć na naszym ciągu produkcyjnym i jakby widzieliśmy i dostrzegamy pełne zrozumienie potrzeby widzenia rzeczywistości z perspektywy przemysłów energochłonnych. Tutaj też słowo podziękowania dla pana ministra, ponieważ faktycznie te zmiany tej naszej UD 200, czyli ustawy, tak zwanej ustawy atomowej, są w toku i ta perspektywa też jest dostrzegana. Z kolei po mojej lewej stronie stowarzyszenie, do którego jako KGHM też mamy okazję od niedawna być członkiem i liczymy na owocną współpracę. I zakończę to może takim krótkim apelem, żeby faktycznie bardzo często w dyskusjach o zmianie klimatu, o celach klimatycznych przemysł energochłonny, czy w ogóle przemysł ciężki traktowany jest jako takie brzemię nowoczesnej ekonomii, a fakt jest taki, że to jest filar rynku pracy, fakt jest taki, że to jest silnik tej współczesnej ekonomii i dobrze by było, żeby w takiej szerszej dyskusji, w szerszej perspektywie też widzieć rolę przemysłu energochłonnego w zmianach, jakie dokonują się w Europie. Dziękuję.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I can make a very short comment because it was mentioned also the production of hydrogen and production of heat. I think that it's very important because there are a lot of initiatives at this moment and we really have to inform about the capabilities of nuclear in general and SMRs in particular for delivering of electricity to produce hydrogen, but also heat to produce hydrogen and district heating, process heat for industrial processes. So.
Thank you very much. I think we have closed the discussion. Our panelists are so eminent that they did my job and they also produced the closing remarks. If you want to hear my closing remarks, then catch me in the lobby. Everybody is waiting for the lunch. Everybody is also waiting for keeping the time discipline of the conference. So I would like cordially to thank all of the speakers. Thank you very much. Your input into the conference was so significant. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, and to not steal time from your lunch, we will start the second panel 1:30. So we've got 1 hour for well-earned lunch. Please welcome. It is waiting for us outside. offshore wind energy. Matthew, please introduce your speakers.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch and welcome to Energy for Europe. I want to thank one of the key organisers, ZPP Energy Forum, for asking me to moderate this discussion on the build-up of wind generation in the Baltic Sea. We're going to hear from some of the key actors and commentators in light of current conditions to hear what can be done on three key questions. It's a short discussion, an hour. It will fly by, believe you me. So there will be an opportunity for some questions, but not many from the audience. So please, as you're listening to what people have to say, we have a Member of Parliament with a video address in a moment, and then one of the key actors, Mr. Lashinsky from PG Baltica, the President, will be talking. We have the Commission represented. You're going to hear from all these key people. Please get your questions ready. I will bring a couple of them in. We will, the first half of the discussion will last approximately half an hour, giving an opportunity for each of our panelists to make some opening remarks before we begin the discussion, and that's when I'd like to hear from you. So yeah, do make your questions, and please be ready to say who you represent if that's appropriate, and keep it as short as possible. I'll try and include it in the session today. So we've got from MEP from Denmark, Pernille Weiss, will be joining us virtually. She prepared a recording. She took time out from her schedule at the Parliament to produce a video for us today, which sets things up nicely. The Vice President, the President of the Board, Dariusz Lashinsky from PG Baltica, Ricardo Williams, Policy Officer from the European Commission DG ENER, which is the unit responsible for regional development, regional integration. We also have Pierre Tardieu, who's the Chief Policy Officer at Wind Europe. And if I actually could ask you all to join me on the stage. So first of all, Dariusz Lashinsky from PG Baltica, Ricardo, if you could make your way to the stage. And we're going to listen to Pierre also. Yes, if you could take your seats. And I believe we have also Marcin from ZPP. And I think if I'm right, if I'm talking to, once lunch is done, if we're ready to go, I think it would be great to pull the video up now from Pernille. The questions she makes clear itself. I will let Pernille do the talking, and we will take it from there. Thanks. If we could run the video now. Wait till we've got the audio, and then we'll rerun it. This is the least of our problems. I hear that there was a power cut this morning, so I'm sure we can sort this out. Just checking, you are aware that we've got an audio problem? Yeah, thanks. Can you all delete that bit from your recorders, please? We're starting again, officially now.
For pictures, it doesn't.
First of all, I am very happy to have been given the chance to address
Thanks very
you
much. That
all
seems to
here
be
at the
resolved.
Energy for Europe conference.
If you could pause it and start running it again from the top, that'd be great. Thank you.
First of all, I am very happy to have been given the chance to address you all here at the Energy for Europe conference. Unfortunately, I could not be here in person today, but I'm glad that I can address you virtually with this brief video intervention. I'm recording this video from the plenary in Strasbourg, where we continue to discuss, negotiate, and vote for important and crucial climate legislation in a time where we really need to speed up the green transition while also becoming less dependent on unreliable sources. One of the obvious keys to success is to speed up the production of renewable energy. This has been clear for a long time, but has only become even more important since the war in Ukraine began. So, in this context, I was asked to answer a couple of questions. The first one is the European wind industry ready or able to capitalize on positive market signals? First of all, the ambitions are there with the Commission aiming for at least 60 gigawatt offshore renewable energy production by 2030 and 300 gigawatt by 2050. And Europe does indeed have great potential for offshore renewable energy production, with the many European companies being frontrunners in offshore renewable energy who are also ready to fulfill their part of the very high ambitions. This seems clear to me from the key stakeholders I have been spoken to from the industry. While it is clear to most that the renewable build-out has to accelerate, ambitions and market signals is of course not enough in itself. We need the right legislative landscape for the companies to really be able to capitalize on demand. And the roadblocks are almost just as clear as the ambitions, which brings me to the next question. How can regulations be simplified to allow more rapid growth in capacity? Here, if we are to increase offshore renewable energy fivefold over the next 8 years, we need to immediately address supply chain issues, challenging permitting procedures, as well as connection and system integration that still remain problematic. First of all, we need to address the fact that permitting takes too long. This calls for simplified and streamlined procedures. And in this regard, the proposals by the Commission with Repower EU is highly welcomed and very timely. Something that we now can work on to improve even further in the European Parliament. Also, in this regard, it is equally important that the speed of energy infrastructure also match the volume and speed of the envisaged renewable energy sources capacity. The Commission's proposal on RED IV includes a number of relevant themes which today represents key barriers to deployment of source-related projects across Europe. However, we need also to speed up procedures for the energy infrastructure projects, which are crucial for the connecting so-called go-to zones with backbone energy infrastructure. Lastly, we need to find a balance to tackle supply chain issues that already existed before Russia invaded Ukraine, but since then have only increased. With the need for more and cheaper raw materials, we have to look to reliable trade partners, but of course also to boost European industrial base. To sum up, offshore renewable energy is a viable source of energy. A sustainable and reliable energy system needs to combine offshore renewable energy with other energy technologies, grid efficiency, storage opportunities, and flexible energy consumption. This requires a variety of investments, not only into offshore wind, but also into other technologies and assets to secure a green and efficient energy system. From legislative side, we need to break down barriers to these necessary investments, and this is what we are working on with the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive, the recast of the Energy Efficiency Directive, and other important legislation. The industry indeed seems ready to capitalize, but we need to ensure that they are also able to do so, and that the necessary speed to dusting off incentives, instruments, and removing obstacles that does not serve the good of the climate change. I hope you will have a fruitful discussion at this very timely and important event, and I look forward to receive whatever new ideas and input that I can help to put into the legislative work that we do here in the noisy European Parliament. Thank you.
Thanks. Am I connected? Well, you can probably hear me anyway. That was Pernille Weiss, MEP from Denmark, talking about some of the issues. I'm Matthew James. I'm the publisher of Energy Post, and I was delighted to be asked to host this panel or moderate this panel because of the people involved. These are the actors that are going to be directly affected or can help make sure that wind production, Thank you. The wind electricity generation is built up as quickly as possible with these targets that Pernilla just mentioned in the background. So we've got some of the key players here. I wanted to reflect not on everything that Pernilla had said, but in some of the key things. If we talk about it in terms of three aspects, what are the regulatory barriers to development? The conditions, as we all know at the moment, are extremely good for people wishing to invest in wind. But how can we be sure that the wind, that they're able to execute those plans speedily to be able to get to these targets of 60 gigawatts by 2030, 300 we're talking about by 2050. How can we improve the regulatory conditions? How can we ensure that the system that the electricity is being delivered into is ready for it, to make sure that it's value for customers? What are the investments required? I think we have people that can comment on all these aspects. And then finally, is the industry, the wind industry itself, is it ready to capitalize on these? How is it being affected by some of the current conditions that we see in the marketplace today? I would like to first come to Dariusz Leszczyński. Listening to Pernilla, she talked about two of these key aspects. She talked about, on the one hand, cutting through red tape, simplifying the process. As the president of PGE Baltica, the part of PGE which was responsible for these projects, could you explain what you're trying to achieve, by when, and how these kind of regulatory obstacles, or how the processes could be streamlined in light of changes in the financial markets and what have you? I'd like to, first of all, hear from you on exactly what you're trying to achieve and what you see the obstacles. Mr. Leszczyński.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your having and for my attention. Okay, I would like to divide my presentation into 5 general points. In the first, we as the company which responsible for the offshore wind project, we need a prediction of offshore development, stable regulatory environment. This is the first important thing, because this project is prepared for a very long time, and it is necessary for each company which preparing this project, and investors which potentially lend money for us. The second is guarantee for stable income for investor. The actual macroeconomic situation impact the probability of the first phase project, so the extraordinary intervention should be assessed to guarantee the timeline development of project with phase 1. What is the phase 1? In Baltic Sea, in Poland, the phase 1 is all projects which are preparing at the moment. Now we are waiting for the second phase, because now the Polish legislative government preparing decision for it. Now we preparing 2 big projects, the Baltica 1, 2, and 3. Together it is 3.5 gigawatts. It is, in my opinion, huge projects in the Baltic region. The next important issue is that would be a good idea for the future to include some border buffer enabling adaptation to extraordinary issues which they need to engine many decision processes. And connected with this is important, it is the situation with the harbor. Offshore wind farm will not be developed without installation port. Investment boom in the offshore sector, there will be a big competition for it. What is more, local ports guarantee local job creation and positive impact on the economy. I think that therefore is the urgent to build more installation port in the Baltic region. Existing Polish port should be upscale to reserve for installation port also for the project developed by other member states. I can say that PGE 2 weeks ago bought harbor in Ustka. There will be very important for us asset because there will be harbor which will be support harbor during the construction phase, and after this, this is in PGE scope mainly harbor for operation and maintenance offshore wind. That we are prepare this harbor. For my point of view, it is the most important because there is a huge project for this energy sector. The last point, in my opinion, is there is a need of simply and speed to permitting processes for the offshore. For example, RE, Power EU process, some good solution in this scope. Thank you.
I'm not sure I need it. Maybe, can you hear me without? Maybe. Thank you very much, Mr. Lashinsky, for those opening remarks. Okay. I think maybe if you could turn my level down a little bit. Thank you. And hopefully the translators can hear at the back. Thanks very much, Dariusz Lashinsky, President of the Board of Management at PGE Baltica. Ricardo, before we hear from some of the other stakeholders here today, be interested to hear your initial reactions to the challenges facing a key actor. And this can't be unique. This is something, you know about these people trying to develop these projects. What are the priorities for you as if you look at the specific question, how can we simplify, how can we make it easier, how can we get these projects going faster, and we'll perhaps deal with the back ends, the sort of system integration a little bit later. But in terms of actually getting these projects off the ground, are there things that your unit is aware of, generally in Europe and specifically the Baltic, that you're looking at tackling? Thank you.
It will work.
Trust it. Trust. It'll go.
Thank you. I think it's very relevant, all the points that were raised, actually, and maybe it doesn't work. But what I would highlight maybe is 3 things. Thank you. First of all, so in terms of regulatory framework, there are actors asking for more, others asking for less, and simplification, so there's never a perfect solution. But the regulatory framework is only the starting point. Actually, the focus, in my opinion, should be on implementation. Many of the problems that are raised and addressed by fully implementing what is already there at the European level and a national level, many of these issues would be solved. This is the first thing. Then, at the same time, what we see, and I think is being reinforced in the last years, is that regional cooperation is key. We're moving from a frame very national, at least in offshore in general, towards, okay, we need to cooperate, we need more energy islands, more hybrids, it's safer for the security. We are in moments of stress, like the one we are living now, more interconnectors help. So more regional cooperation is actually absolutely key, and that goes for all of the levels. It goes at highest ministerial level until local players, manufacturing, utilities, and TSOs. And the third one, out of all of the ones that were raised, which I agree with all of them, maybe on the permitting side, indeed, that has been an issue raised for many years by the industry. I'm sure colleagues will explain further. And we have come with a package of ideas and rules which, if implemented, would make the life much easier for investors, for the utilities, because it shortens the time until they get revenue. So it's one of the key elements on the capital, on this difficult situation. So actually by implementing at local level and national level, this permitting acceleration, you solve an...
a bit of detail on that in terms of how the time frames you're talking about, what kind of reductions in time might customers expect, the actors expect?
Yeah, I lost this again. Yeah, I think projects, if you look at offshore now, offshore they are very complex projects now. You're talking about sea basin, so a lot of animals, a lot of fishes living there. So it's a complex environment, first of all. But the reality is that today the projects are 5, 6, 10 years, and that's a frame where, yeah, maybe it's not ambitious enough, it's not going at the speed where we need Europe to go, where we need the energy mix decarbonization to go. So from 10 years, already by implementing the provisions that we propose in the Repower, and there are many things. We have the go-to areas, we have the mapping of the NECPs, we have a lot of ideas. If done, that could go down by a third. So yeah, that would be, we can go in more details, but that would be the high-level answer.
Okay, thanks, Ricardo. I think we're going to share this. The level, yeah. Yeah, I can hear it sort of. I'm going to go. Can I just, if you can't hear me at the back, will you put your hand up? Can you hear what I'm saying? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, it might be a problem with transition, but for me, I prefer to have a good experience in the room, so that without the. Push a little bit on that. Please make note of your questions, and we'll come back to it in the next sort of 10-15 minutes. We have Marcin from ZPP, and the interesting thing with you have two interests in the successful or development of this sector, because at ZPP you have an interest. Your members are customers, so they want to know what they can expect to be buying, how green it's going to be. It has an impact on them, of course, directly. But you also have an interest, of course, a broader interest in how the whole energy sector is going to develop from the point of view of workers and employees. So perhaps before we come to Pierre, I would, sorry if that's thrown you, it was a slight change in order. But it gives us an idea of what's at stake. So maybe if you could just talk from those two perspectives briefly, what are the implications for getting this right, we'll call it that, so it's a speedy, strong development of renewables from the Baltic, and the impacts of it if it's not capitalised on. What would that mean?
I would even say there are 3 dimensions. ZPP is a cross-sectoral business organization. We are present, of course, in Poland, but we cooperate regionally with our partners in V4 countries. We cooperate with 3 CIS countries. So definitely the region as a whole is a strong environment for us to be active, to work together. So the first dimension is what's happening with the energy sector. We are super glad that Polish companies enter offshore wind business, offshore wind sector, and they build the capacity, they build the competence in that field. As you may know, most of the projects right now, or even all from the phase 1, are done as joint ventures. So Polish companies cooperate with international experienced players from the offshore business. PGE works with Ørsted. Orlen Group has a different partner, and I'm glad it's happening in Poland. We're building this capacity. That's the first dimension. I also hope that through those partnerships, our companies will be able to invest in the future, not just in the Baltic Sea, but also in other basins. So hopefully we'll be invited as partners by our current cooperators to do business elsewhere. The second dimension is about Polish business and business present in Poland, also international business. We are a strong manufacturing base for the EU. In some sectors, we are a major producer of goods, processor of food, FMCG sector, automotive parts. It's very strong in Poland. And as we observe what's happening, we see our climate goals. The industry needs and expects clean energy. And definitely the offshore wind energy provides the quantity, the volume for the clean energy. It's quite reliable. It's not a super stable source of energy because we experienced some issues, problems in Ireland, I think 2 years ago. But anyway, it is quite reliable source of energy. So definitely the industry is looking forward to use first installations in the Baltic Sea. And definitely that's still, although the procedures are long, I was a rapporteur on the European offshore energy strategy in the European Economic Social Committee, I think a year ago, and we also discussed the procedures and the fast track road we'd like to have for those projects, especially now in the energy crisis with the war in Ukraine. But it's still much faster than the nuclear energy or some of the traditional installations. So we definitely want to go into that direction as clients, corporate clients of energy companies. And finally, ZPP mostly consists of SMEs. We have more than 50,000 companies on board, and we want to see what Mr. President just said, the whole ecosystem built on the basis of the new sector that we have in the Baltic Sea. We hope there will be more companies cooperating with the sector, more suppliers. Of course, I understand that the sector so far is heavily concentrated. I mean, the integration of specific competences is there for a small amount of group of companies. But we want to enter this. We have the will as a business to enter the supplier side, and hope Poland and the region will be beneficial out of it.
So in summary, you're from a perspective of industry and consumers and workers in general, this is being welcomed. This is a positive, an important development in Poland.
We must understand that the Baltic Sea is becoming I think the second basin in Europe, potentially the largest in terms of the offshore wind business. So for Poland, for the whole region, it is super important, very significant move forward. So definitely will become more competitive. We are about to become a strong energy actor in Europe.
And just a final note on the customers, the large industrials, just for the audience here, could you give us an idea of the type of businesses we're talking about, the main consumers of energy?
Of course, we have a number of energy-intensive companies such as KGHM or paper mills, but in terms of businesses, it's manufacturing of furnitures, automotive sector, automotive parts. We're not as strong in automotive as Slovakia, but we are a major source of automotive parts for a number of European players, and not just only European players. Construction business, you may not know, but most of a lot of construction materials, ceramic tiles come from Poland. Poland is the second after Spain producer of ceramics. So we are a large and very diversified country. Food processing, even that's interesting, you may not know, but we are one of the two largest fish processor in Europe. Also the fish like salmon. We don't have salmon in the Baltic Sea, but we are one of the largest processors. So manufacturing side is really important for us. It's a part of our DNA. and we're not about to give it away. Even if the energy crisis is here, we want to stick to strong manufacturing in Poland.
Thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to get an idea and for everybody here what's at stake, and thanks for making that clear. Those are the type of the businesses that need to be able to rely on a good, clean, affordable, you know the words, source of green energy. So before we come back on a couple of points, I know that there's quite a bit to try and get through. Pierre Tardieu, he's the Chief Policy Officer at Wind Europe. Pierre, you've heard what Penilla had to say. You've already heard some of the remarks from the other panelists. Perhaps you could chip in with your two penneth, and then we will get to the discussion between you all. Thank you.
I just want to pick up on a couple of your points. First of all, it's great to hear that Polish business wants to get involved in growing this industry. I think if we're going to resolve the energy crisis that we're in at the moment, offshore wind is going to have to grow very quickly and exponentially. So what we're looking at right now is 3 gigawatts per year being built in Europe for now. It's going to need to go to 7 by 2025, and then very, very quickly to 20 gigawatt per year. Yeah, so the pie is about to get a lot bigger very fast, and that means a lot of opportunity for businesses to get involved. The Baltic, as has been said very correctly here, is going to play a very significant role. Clearly, the North Sea has been the cradle of the offshore wind industry, the global industry. But the Baltic, now there's a commitment by heads of state and government from the Baltic countries to do 20 gigawatt by 2030. Yeah, going from roughly 3.5 today. So that's a huge growth trajectory. Now, can it be done? Yeah, to the point of the member of European Parliament, Pernilla Weiss. A few things to keep in mind. Technology is not the hurdle. Technology is not the barrier. You know, the industry is investing in new technology all the time. We're looking at 15 megawatt turbines now, some of which are going to be produced in Poland by Vestas by 2024, recent announcements, which is extremely good news. Finance is not a problem either, right? There were 43 billion euros invested in wind farms in Europe last year, right? So what we need is visibility on auctions, and visibility on revenues, right? So as long as you have that, you can grow the supply chain in a way that delivers. What do we mean by growing the supply chain exactly? When you're talking about a growth trajectory like the one that I've just described, going from 3 gigawatt per year to 20 gigawatt per year in a very short span of time, very quickly, we're going to see lack availability of vessels, you know, to install, to go out and install these wind farms, the foundations, the offshore substations, etc. So that's going to be one of the bottlenecks. A second bottleneck is going to be, you know, foundation. If you try to procure a foundation on the market, the producers of foundations are booked solid for the next 3 years. Yeah. And then at a certain point, there's going to be also a need to ramp up the production of turbines themselves. Yeah, and then there's the all-important, you know, investments in ports. And we're evaluating it at 9.5 billion that need to be invested in port infrastructure in Europe in the very short term. So in order to be able to do that, to ramp up, the market needs to have a very clear idea of what it needs to. What is expected from them in terms of volume delivery. The pipeline of auctions is actually very, you know, backloaded in a certain sense, right? It becomes very steep towards the end of the decade. So it needs to be smoother. It needs to be quicker, and we also need visibility on revenue. And this is when you look at what's being discussed now in terms of, you know, remaking the whole market design in response to the crisis. One of the key questions that this market design needs to answer is, you know, where's the revenue going to come from? What is going to be the visibility for investors? Because at the end of the day, the energy crisis that we're in, as I said at the start, is is a mismatch between supply and demand. We need a lot of new capacity to come online very, very quickly. And as you said, offshore wind can be done at scale and speedily. The speed bits, and everybody mentioned this, but I think there's a solution here. As you said, Ricardo, the European Commission's proposals on permitting as part of Repower EU are excellent. Many of them are excellent. Shortening the permitting time period to 2 years, considering renewables to be in the overriding public interest, making it easier to repower wind farms, less relevant for offshore, but very important for onshore. This can be done very quickly. And what we would recommend as Wind Europe, one recommendation to perhaps take away here, is to do this as part of an Article 122 regulation right now. Yeah. The energy crisis has taught us that the EU is able to regulate very, very quickly to solve problems. We saw the Article 122 in July on gas demands, and again, an infra marginal revenue cap in September, decided on in a matter of weeks. If permitting of renewables is the structural issue that we all need to solve, let's do it now.
Ricardo, maybe you want to comment on that last point before I come back to system integration in general. This potential prioritization through Article 122, is that something that can be applied? I mean, the system is, it's one energy system. Shouldn't, if it's been applied to solve the gas short-term issues, why can't it be automatically applied to other areas? Because the implications are across the board.
I fully agree that we need to accelerate a lot, and it needs to be, first of all, agreed by co-legislators. So a lot of things are already there on the table and can be agreed quickly if the co-legislators are able to make an agreement. So I mean, if you accelerate the RED II provisions agreement, you might tackle most of the problems with permitting at regulatory level. On the 122, I don't want to go into too many details, but obviously, I mean, 122 is applied for emergency situations where this is more a structural thing. So you can argue if it is emergency in the sense that it's very important and very urgent, but is it a case for a 122?
I think the point was that it's part of solving the emergency. So if you have a problem here, if this is a potential solution in terms of increasing the speed of deployment of other technologies going to help alleviate the emergency, then could it be bracketed? I'm not pushing one way or another, but I think that was the point.
I will not say yes or no. I will just say permitting, even if you accelerate it a lot and you fully comply with what we propose, so very ambitious, it will still take years. So whether the project that is in permitting stage today is the solution for the crisis with Russia is a little bit debatable. So I would not say whether I agree or not with the 122 for a structural problem. I would say that it needs to be agreed by co-legislators very quickly, and there are already discussions ongoing for that.
Okay. But on the permitting, more specific changes and positive moves is what you were saying earlier. I would like to now talk about the other side of it. If I could come back to you now, Mr. Leszczyński. From your perspective, you've talked about permitting, addressing that. We've talked about the positive conditions in general at the moment, and clearly you're looking to ramp up your capacities quite quickly over the next 7 years, and it's part of a bigger move in general. So just coming to the other side of it, how do we get the energy into the system? How confident are you at the moment that the energy that you generate is going to be used, it's not going to be wasted, and that it will be affordable, useful for a balanced system?
Okay. In my opinion, is that the offshore wind is the sector which reality can change our mix of energy, and but we don't talking only about one part of this market, but we should say whole market. And I try to describe what I am doesn't mean about it. In my opinion, it is necessary to create mechanism that will allow for storing supplies energy in the period when the system is balanced and supply this energy when we need this energy from shortage. It is the first important, but I am talking about the storage of energy. In this case, we need to distinguish between the possibility of supplying energy in milliseconds from the storage and, in example, accumulator batteries and systems with a longer time consist to introducing energy into grid. In example, electricity from hydrogen electrolysis, or, for example, hydropower plants. It is the most important because the system all the time must be balanced, not should be, must be, because we need the energy at the moment. We should have the energy enough for each customer, at the moment for each consumer. The second point is we define the role of gas unit, because in the energy balance, in example, whether they will constitute cold reserve, for example, from the power from gas, or will stay work in the national power system at the level of their world planned in the past. It is the good question for me, and we should answer what is proposal, what is a way for the power plant from gas. And the second information important is a combination of energy produced with wind farms, with system heat, and the situation and of energy surplus to work with heat storage with use of electro boilers or heat pumps. It is a way when we don't should waste of energy and storage of energy when we have this energy from the offshore wind much more than we need, for example.
You mentioned hydropower. What other alternatives, serious alternatives, are you or the parent company PGE looking at in terms of being able to hold on to the power when it's not needed directly in the system?
Now we preparing storage magazine from classical, but hydrogen, not hydrogen, sorry, from hydropower plant, which is our storage, and we are preparing a new project from electricity storage from 800 megawatt. It is our responsible for stabilizing of national grid, because we know that sometimes we need this huge power energy at the moment, and it is important. The point 5, in my opinion, in this speak, only the answer above we allow to say when the departure from the reserve supplied by conventional power plants may realistically take place, because we should find the answer for each question. For example, offshore, and gas, and heat pump, and others, photovoltaic. It is all mix which should work together at the moment, because we know that each power supply should work at the same time, and should be connected with us. And resume my answer, two conditions must be sure. The firstly, the situation in Europe, I am talking about the war in Ukraine, must be stabilized, and consequently the energy market must stabilize. I'm thinking about energy security and price of energy, because it is connected closely together. And priority for this situation, I understand that it is priority for all, and for all government will do everything what they can to manage of this crisis. And secondly, development and effective implementation mechanisms for functioning of the energy market will large volume of renewable energy characterized by a low level of stability, because the most important in the energy market is stability.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So before we come to the audience for a question, and perhaps, do you know where we are on time? I know we started slightly late. Are we 15 minutes left? Okay. Then very briefly, could you just come back on that side of it? We talked about the sort of permitting, getting the project off the ground, but on the back end, in terms of making sure that the energy is, the electricity, the green electricity is integrated, not wasted. What can we expect to be happening over, to 2030? How will the picture change? At the moment, there's almost no large-scale storage of this type outside of hydro.
I think the framework that was proposed, the direction that was proposed in the Green Deal is still the one applicable. Maybe it has accelerated, and we see reasons very important for them, but the direction has not changed, which means, in general, we need to go much beyond where we are today on energy efficiency, consume less or lose less. So that is the first starting point, and that can be done by technologies, but also at home. You can save energy, and that's the energy you don't consume is the one you don't need to produce. So that is the first thing. Then it's about electrification. It was being mentioned, the heat pumps, all that. So the more you electrify for the parts that make sense in the energy system, you will go further in the energy transition. And obviously you will be needing hydrogen, you will be needing other carriers to complement. You cannot be 100% electrified. In 2030, we still need to go, as we said in the Green Deal, in that direction, and I would just say much faster. And that's what we had said in the Repower EU. So actions by the consumer are very important at the demand level, but also in the investments that are being done by the utilities in how to get all this energy mix and all this new demands.
Is it expected, or are you planning for an energy system where hydrogen? We know the targets are significant. I mean, do you expect that hydrogen to be created within Europe's borders?
Yes, that's what we say in the offshore strategy. There will be a part of it that will be generated at home, and there will be parts that are needed to be imported. I mean, we need to, at the end of the day, renewable hydrogen or sustainable hydrogen means that you need to put an electrolyzer and needs to utilize renewable electricity. So that electricity can be used for demand directly or can be used to produce hydrogen. So you cannot put infinite amount of electrolyzer at home, and that means you will need to import to a certain amount. So there's no one-size solution, and you need to look at the whole system, including with third countries, with outside of Europe, who then normally should follow the same standards of sustainability and so on.
And just maybe a detail, I'll come back to you in a second, Martin, either for Darius or for Ricardo. From these green electrons producing hydrogen, would you expect to would it be for your own use? I mean, power to gas and within the country, or do you expect it to go across borders? I mean, we're not expected to export hydrogen. I understand that the targets are kind of 50-50 imports and then for home use. But do you think that's would it be just for local, regional use, any hydrogen that's produced for storage to convert back into power, or would you be exporting it? Is that something that's been discussed?
I think that hydrogen is new technology, and I see the opportunity in this. But now we are preparing the strategy of this. But it is not clearly decided because the technology should be for us economical, and now we analyzing this. But in the PGE side, we don't prepare any project for hydrogen, but looking for maybe in the future we should do it. But our strategy concentrate on build offshore wind farms.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there is the source, only the source potential for hydrogen, and because in our set we have our system for heat. And we thinking how to use potential our energy to supply this, because in the end we should have cheap energy for our customer. It is our target.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have a question for the panel before we carry on? Yes, indeed. Okay, the gentleman on the right.
Okay, I try to do it without microphone.
I can. I'll come and say hello. Hang on. There you go. If you could introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. I'm just a citizen and interested in energy. I strongly believe in renewable energy, but problem is irregularity. Solar, when there's too much sun, too much energy. When it's a cloudy day, not enough energy. Wind, when it's stormy, too much electricity. When it's quiet, like it was a summer, not enough. And problem with electricity, you cannot store electricity except with batteries, very difficult to have. But there's another source, which is hydro, water. At the moment, we always speak about dams, les barrages, about producing water. But we forget about, in the Middle Ages, they used water for minerals, les moulins à vent. And also another one that is available 24 hours a day, all year long, is from the waves. In French, we say l'énergie marémotrice. With waves, it's every 6 hours, all year long that you have it. And so far, it costs not a lot. You have waves everywhere, and you can also use it from rivers. What about it?
Fair question. I mean, PGE, Mr. Leszczynski, I mean, are there other renewable energy sources that you, just to answer quickly on this question, I know we're here to talk about Baltic wind build-up, but can you comment from a PGE perspective on your interests in other renewable technologies?
Yes, we are looking for a potential opportunity, but at the moment, what I said, we concentrate on a strategy. When we decide our target, our goal, the first, we should follow with our energy transformation. It is the way of this energy transformation at the moment is offshore wind farms, and it is now main direction. And maybe in the future, but at the moment, I don't think so.
Okay, another question. Yeah, 1 second.
Just one thing.
Sorry, Marcin. Yeah.
Ricardo might maybe even better in the answer, but as far as I remember, the European offshore energy strategy, those examples. I mean, technologies like that are there. I mean, the floating platforms. Are right now discussed and in a way also tested out there. So definitely it may be the way forward. It's very difficult for business. I mean, it's impossible for businesses like PGE or others to plan to build their strategy on that. But at the European level, we observe and we follow those changes and new technologies. There are some platforms that are right now exercise its efficiency, and possibly within a couple of years it is the way to follow. And
thanks very much. There perhaps one more question. Yeah, far away.
My name is Frank Schwalbe-Roth. I'm from Germany. I'm one of the founders of the German Greens and the first Green member of parliament in Germany and the first Green in the European Parliament.
Welcome.
My family is from Słupsk, therefore I'm very happy to be on a Polish event. Since 30 years I'm following wind energy. And I discovered something which most business people are not enough aware. Because when you start on wind energy in general, you have to be very charming. You have to fight for the heart of the people who are living besides. Even if it is offshore, there is a certain resistance. We saw it here in Belgium when the mayor of Knokke was against wind turbines because you could see them in the horizon about 1 centimeter away. That means you have to fight for the heart of the people. For example, look on Germany, where I'm from. The city of Husum was nothing. But because of wind energy and of the wind energy fair, the pride of people in Husum, the local population, grow incredibly. The same with journalists. I spoke to 2 journalists who had been invited by the Wind Energy Association to go on a wind turbine just at the sea, a huge one. And one of the journalists told me he had exactly the same feeling as when he was in Egypt, standing on the bottom of the pyramids. It was so breathtaking that he since then is a total fan of wind turbines and the necessity of wind turbines. And to finish, you are speaking of 3 gigawatt, 10 gigawatt, 30 gigawatt. When you look here around, who knows how much it is? I propose that you will link it, for example, with the energy, with the electricity. For example, in Belgium, I think we have here in Belgium 80 gigawatt a year. Or Lithuania, I think it's 10 gigawatt. Or Poland, I looked just on the web, 150 gigawatt. That you link it to something which is understandable for the people here. Because when our wind energy representative said, very proud, 30 gigawatt, no one could react because you don't have a reference for this specific number. Therefore, my recommendation, when you speak about wonderful things that we are proud of, look for a reference and say this is the energy consumption of Portugal or whatever. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And as the publisher of Energy Post, it would be great to have some kind of ready reckoner on the homepage to help everybody understand it. Of course, we jump around from different measurements. It's not as easy to solve, but it certainly would be useful if somebody came up with a nice chart. I think today the numbers we were talking about put it in perspective. Is that about right? The numbers that the gentleman was talking about. In terms of your build-up, your aspirations are 9 gigawatts from the thing over the next 2030 horizon. Is it sorry 8?
In our
3.5 initially, and then building.
Yes, in our strategy we have 6.5 gigawatt. It is our strategy in
Across the 3 phases.
No, in the end of the second phase, we should have in our portfolio 6.5 gigawatts.
6.5.
Yes, it is about 2040. It is the time deadline when we should have in operation offshore wind farm. But now we are preparing 3.5. It is more than half our strategy. It is very huge projects at the moment in PGE because it is very expensive and very difficult, generally speaking.
Okay.
6 gigawatt is Latvia. Latvia is a nearby country. Said as much as
Okay.
we will provide.
Thank you. Okay, Pierre, I think Pierre, you wanted
just
to.
very.
Are we time up?
I try to explain. 3.6 gigawatts. It is the energy which can supply 5.4 million clients. It is homes suppliers.
Yeah, I mean,
significant. Pierre, yeah.
Just to put it very, very simply, today wind in Europe is 15% of all the electricity we consume. 15. By 2050, in order to go climate neutral, it needs to be 50. So this gives you a scale of the increase, and the electricity system will be twice as big as it is today. Yeah.
Yeah.
So going from 15 to half in a system that is twice as large as today. So that gives a sense of the scale.
The other context, of course, is you have the electricity system and then you have the energy system. So it's percentages of percentages, but thank you for that clarification. Yeah.
And just to complement as well, because I think it's very, very relevant what he's saying. At the end of the day, we need to communicate better, and that goes for all of us in this room, and we need to translate the impact of what we do at local level. Maybe I would just say, and I think it's a nice, maybe my last remarks, the potential in the Baltics are massive, are huge. We did a study in 2019, and we found out that it was 93 gigas, and I will continue with what it means. And that has been acknowledged in the Marienbad Declaration at Prime Minister level that was mentioned before. And in this study, we try, all the consultants who developed it, try to translate it also in what it means. And it's quite impressive to see that in terms of energy, so in terawatt hours, it would supply today's 1/3 of the Baltic states' energy consumption. If it was fully deployed, I mean, it's the potential, so it would be normally a little bit less, but the potential is massive. 1/3 of all electricity production, consumption in these countries could be offshore wind. So I think I much agree that it needs to be communicated well, and then we need to all make an effort on that, and not only on the communication, but to reduce the NIMBY effect, not in my backyard. It's also about engagement, and we should talk also a lot about consultations.
What's the direction of travel on the NIMBY effect? Is it getting worse, better?
Well, maybe my colleagues in the industry are better placed, but I think in offshore has an advantage, which is, okay, you're not immediately next to a house. So if you put it enough far away where you don't see it and you don't, it has no big impact visually, then maybe it's a little bit easier in that sense for the offshore context. And also I think there are good opportunities enabled by the Renewable Energy Directive on establishing these renewable energy communities where you can actually also engage the locals in a very practical way where they can reap the benefit from the very beginning. So I would say I agree with the comments, and I think there is good things that can be done also at national level, at project level, on how to improve this.
Thanks very much, Ricardo Williams. We are coming to the end, I believe. So if I could ask all of you just to make one final remark before we say goodbye to the audience today. If I start with you, Marcin.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the issue of stability that was discussed earlier on. So, and it's also a part of the offshore strategy. Definitely, there must be a much more grid system integration. So this is the way. For now, this is the way we know we actually exercise every day. For example, Poland and Germany, we exchange a lot in terms of peaks and so we send our energy to Germany if it's needed, but we also get a lot from Germany once they have peaks of the onshore installations, and it works. So the more grid integration, the better efficiency, the more efficient the system is. Now we also exercise the exchange of the electricity with Ukraine. Again, that's a very large market for member states, and I think it will continue. It will go further and further. Hopefully soon, Belarus and other countries will also enter the European energy market.
Thank you, Marcin. Pierre.
To pick up on that last point, the grids, you were talking about the onshore grids, building the interconnectors, how incredibly important that is to balance the energy system. Offshore, the grid needs to be built, and there's scope for a pan-European approach with offshore hybrids that generate electricity, but also help to trade electricity between different markets, so service generation and interconnectors. We think that, a third to half of the wind farms that are built between now and 2050 will be these hybrid offshore wind farms that help to balance the energy system. They save costs, they save materials, etc. They're great. And there's something to do as part of the market design reform to sharpen the regulatory framework to actually unlock investments in those very specific types of assets, simply because a couple of years ago when the policymakers agreed on the market design, the full potential of offshore hybrids hadn't been fully appreciated and realized. And now if there's going to be a massive market design reform, let's use that as an opportunity to make these very important fixes.
Thank you. Ricardo, I think you've already wrapped up. Is that, or did you want to say one final thing before I come to you, Mr. Leszczyński?
Maybe just one. Yeah, indeed, I wrapped up saying that there is a lot of regional potential and opportunities. And I think maybe just the last thing, I like what was mentioned before, that there are opportunity. There is a lot of opportunities not only for the big players but also the SMEs, the local economies, and companies in Poland maybe want to exploit the opportunities in other sea basins in Europe and vice versa. So I think the opportunities are there. They are massive, and it's all about cooperating together, ensuring that the benefits translate locally, but also making efficient supply chains and all taking advantage of the strengths of each other in the European community.
Thanks, Ricardo. Finally, Mr. Leszczynski, final words.
In my opinion, what I said, my colleague, I agree fully with them, but I think that the offshore wind is really opportunity and really safe energy, because the source of energy, because I am talking about the wind, is not depend on country. For example, what we said, what we saw with the gas. For example, when the Russia stopped to transform to Europe this your gas to power plant. And in my opinion, we should build the offshore wind as soon as possible, because it could be get for us responsible, safe energy market. It is the most important for my opinion.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of the panelists today, and thanks to the organisers for this timely event. Hopefully I've managed to ask some of the questions that were on your minds. I know that there's a recording being made of the session today. I'm sure that Agatha and the team at ZPP will make sure that that you have a chance to go back and look at anything that you missed. But from me, Matthew James at Energy Post, thanks very much for joining today, and thanks very much to all of our panelists. Ricardo Williams from the European Commission, Marcin from ZPP, which is Marcin Nowacki, is how it's pronounced, Pierre Tardieu, Chief Policy Officer at Wind Europe, and of course to Mr. Dariusz Leszczynski, President of the Management Board at PGE Baltica. Thanks very much, everybody, and good to see you. Thanks very much.
Okay. Anyway, please, let's try to be here at 10 to
with very high temperatures, like 2000 degrees, so you cannot cope with like heat pumps, which are going to 200 degrees, but you have to heat it with coal or oil or gas. But as we don't have gas, of course, we come back to coal or to oil, which is much dirtier than the gas. And here maybe we see a bit going backwards in terms of a Green Deal, and I think it has been already mentioned, that's the speed we are taking. I mean, the goals are there, but maybe in some terms we are going quicker in terms of rolling out of renewables, but at the same time, where we cannot go quicker because technology doesn't allow us, we're taking a step backwards.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And my next question goes to Minister Tobiszowski. And I would like to ask about the topic that have been already mentioned in our previous panel, the nuclear energy. And do you think that the current energy crisis and the effects of the war brought by Russia will change the European stance on the nuclear energy? And do you think that the European Union will shift its policy towards this source of energy to more positive, more accepting, and do you think that maybe this ongoing crisis will be a start of a pro-nuclear European energy policy?
Bardzo istotne pytanie. Odpowiedź właściwie powinna być dość czytelna i prosta. Natomiast zanim odpowiem, dlaczego na nie może nie jest taka prosta, bo zadaję sobie pytanie, jak europoseł, w której części jest w Unii Europejskiej decyzja w tej sprawie, ale nie tylko w tej, ale w tej sprawie. Dlaczego? Zobaczmy, Francja, przecież bez energetyki atomowej, to właściwie byśmy przesunęli ją do czasów średniowiecza. Niemcy były przeciwne i generalnie bywają przeciwne jeszcze głosy elektrowni jądrowej, chociaż pan kanclerz ostatnio, działo się to na dniach, ogłosił, że wynegocjował swoich partnerów z Partii Zielonych, że uruchamia nie dwie elektrownie, a 3. A więc wynegocjował nie uruchomienie, tylko uruchomienie 3 bloków jądrowych. A przecież niedawno jeszcze dyskutowaliśmy przy Fit for 55, jak sobie przypominam, czy dopuścimy w Europie inwestycje w elektrownię jądrową. Francja oczywiście była za. Niemcy mówiły nie. Holandia nie. No i pojawiało się pytanie, bowiem nie ukrywam, że my w Polsce głęboko rozważamy. Zresztą ostatnio była wizyta, jedna, myślę, z ostatnich ważnych w Stanach Zjednoczonych, mówiąca o tym, że już nie, że chcemy, tylko kto będzie realizował tą inwestycję. Mówimy, gdzie ona będzie. Wiem, że też prowadzone zostały rozmowy z firmą z Francji też, bo nie chodzi tylko o 1 blok, ale o więcej. I dla Polski ta decyzja i to, co pan zapytał, czy zmieni się pogląd w tej sprawie, jest bardzo ważny. Zresztą sobie dobrze przypominam wystąpienie wstępne pana prezesa z KGHM, który mówił już nie o tej energetyce jądrowej, tej dużej, blokowej, ale o tych małych elektrowniach, które gdzieś tam technologie zaczynają być dopracowywane. No i byłoby ważne, żebyśmy wiedzieli, że Europa, czyli kto? Pani Ursula von der Leyen, pan Timmermans, nie wiem, komisarz Simpson, komisarz od przemysłu z Francji. No któż powie, że tak jest? I z jednej strony odpowiedź powinna być rzeczywiście taka, że jeśli mamy kraj, który technologicznie i energetycznie jest związany jak Francja, teraz Niemcy uruchamiają swoje bloki, które zostały wyłączone, bo jest taka potrzeba, no to powinna być rzecz oczywista, że energetyka jądrowa powinna być dopuszczona jako jeden z tych źródeł energii, które za 5, za 7, 8 lat czy za 10 ktoś do mnie powie, no ale nie, tam jest uran, trzeba go też jakoś tam, to jest niebezpieczne. Ja myślę, że tej stabilności w decyzji nam brakuje. I to sprawia, że dzisiaj, kiedy dalej tkwimy, 2050, neutralność, 2030 mamy w Fit for 55 zwiększyć ambicje, A my nie wiemy, czy osiągniemy te ambicje sprzed zwiększenia tych ambicji. Bo przecież dzisiaj konia z rzędem temu, który może w ogóle zdiagnozować, co będzie za 2-3 lata. No przecież ja myślę, że w gospodarce i w sprawach energetyki to my raczej Copperfielda nie chcemy, który będzie nam mówił o magii, czy tam wróżył nam, bo tu jest kwestia twardych danych. I zadaję sobie pytanie, bo wszyscy bardzo chętnie mówimy, osiągnijmy to, jedziemy teraz, przepraszam, tak trochę odejdę, ale jedziemy teraz do Egiptu, Europa, by mówić, że potrzebujemy ambicje, że zwiększamy cele efektywności, no i tego jest mnóstwo. Na co Indie, Indonezja mówią, no dobrze, to my też podejmiemy te wyzwania, ale dajcie nam pieniądze. No i przepraszam, pojawia się teraz pytanie nad skutecznością Europy jako poważnego kontynentu w świecie. Bo jeśli my tracimy konkurencyjność gospodarczą ze względu na ceny, nie na wojnę, na ceny energii, na brak stabilności i my mówimy o pewnych celach, które wiemy, że właściwie są nieosiągalne. Nie umiemy doprecyzować, jak my chcemy widzieć nasz miks energetyczny, naszą suwerenność i bezpieczeństwo energetyczne Europy, poszczególnych krajów, to proszę mi powiedzieć, jak nas mają Amerykanie, ludne kraje Azji postrzegać, co my w tej Europie robimy, jacy my jesteśmy poważni. System ETS-u, tu już prezes słusznie zauważył, proszę zobaczyć, ideą systemu ETS-u było to, aby jakby wymusić inwestycje proekologiczne w energetyce. A co się okazuje? Że wpuściliśmy instytucje finansowe i robią na to galaktyczne pieniądze, które powodują, że brak nam środków na inwestycje w spółkach energetycznych. No przecież to się mija z ideą i z celami, które chcemy osiągać. I teraz my w Polsce mówimy, to trzeba zawiesić, bo my chcemy iść w odnawialne źródła, my chcemy iść w offshore, my chcemy iść w atom, my chcemy iść w geotermię, my po prostu chcemy być nowocześni, chcemy skok cywilizacyjny zrobić. A tu nagle nam mówią, nie, będziesz płacił 100 euro za emisję i wyciągniemy ci pieniądze, by spółki wasze energetyczne i gospodarka nie mogła się rozwijać. No przepraszam bardzo, pani przedmówczyni przede mną też o tym wspomniała. My tracimy jako Europa konkurencyjność. Europa zawsze była silna przemysłowo, zawsze była silna technologicznie, zawsze mogła konkurować w świecie. Dzisiaj mamy ambicje, mamy daty, ale nie mamy wyliczeń i nie mamy prawdziwej diagnozy. Jest wojna, jak jest wojna, to nie można mówić o tym, że my coś będziemy osiągać, bo my nawet nie wiemy, kiedy ona się skończy. I słusznie też prezes zauważył z Enei, gaz ma być paliwem przejściowym. Węgiel wyrzucamy, brunatny szczególnie. Wczoraj Niemcy, liderzy Europy, ścinają farmę wiatrową na złożu węgla brunatnego i rozszerzają kopalnię węgla brunatnego. No i teraz jaki to jest sygnał? My jedziemy do Egiptu, jako Europa, silny kraj Niemcy, idą w brunatny węgiel, uruchomili elektrownie węglowe, idą w jądrówkę, a wcześniej mówili, że zamknęliby jądrówkę, nagle mówią o solidarności gazowej, a z drugiej strony jakieś cele, które właściwie, tak szczerze powiedziawszy, moglibyśmy dać magom do oceny, na ile jest coś realne. Ja pokazuję, że w Europie brakuje nam otrzeźwienia i zredukowania, ja nie chcę powiedzieć, że celów, ale dat. Bo to, że chcemy troszczyć się o środowisko, że chcemy iść w zielone, że chcemy iść w odnawialne źródła, to jest poza dyskusją. Tylko my musimy być realni, bo jesteśmy za poważnym kontynentem. I na razie tyle.
Thank you. And you said that there is a lack of some clear vision here in Europe, and also you mentioned in the very beginning of your answer that there was some dispute going on in the European Union regarding the nuclear energy, and dispute, this whole division, was very similar to the division that has also occurred among the member states, which was referring to the stance on Russia and Russian energy. And do you think that after this energy crisis, we hope that Ukraine will soon win the war and Russia will be thrown out from the Ukrainian territories? But do you think that after this, with a possible political change of the regime in Russia, do you think that there may be some party of the member states that will be going towards some kind of a reset in the terms of energy with the Russian companies, and that there are some member states that will be keen on going back to the energy cooperation with the Russian state?
No, ważne i trudne pytanie i istotne. Często mówimy Putin. To prawda, szef, prezydent. Natomiast myślę, że jest to uproszczenie. Mamy w Rosji pewną mentalność. I to, że do niedawna w Rosji było 80% poparcia agresji Rosji na Ukrainę, to znaczy się, że jest to głębszy problem. I dlatego nie należałoby zakładać, bo my nie wiemy jeszcze, kiedy się wojna skończy, na jakich warunkach, co się wydarzy. To jest dzisiaj wróżenie z fusów. Oby się skończyło jak najszybciej, bo to jest dramat, to nie ma o czym rozmawiać. Ale Europa powinna wyciągnąć głębsze wnioski. Bo jaki my mamy pewność, że po tym rządzie, po Putinie przyjdzie ktoś inny i nam będzie wtedy w Europie powiedzieć, tak, już jest ktoś inny, robimy z nim biznes. I znowu się będziemy wiązać, ale przecież Putin był przyjmowany na salonach. To był przecież światowiec. To był człowiek, który pokazywał, że można silny kraj jak Rosja zawiązywać wszystkie kontrakty. Prawa człowieka będą przestrzegane. Że przecież za jego rządów Rosja jest solidnym partnerem. I tak też nas przekonywano w Polsce, że no my tak w Polsce to tak, no bo macie taką historię i wy to jesteście tacy niepokorni. A dziś wiemy, że myśmy w Polsce słusznie diagnozowali. I oczywiście, że słyszy się w wielu miejscach Europy, no dobrze by było, gdyby ten rząd odszedł. Ale jeśli mówimy o czymś głębszym, może o pewnych uwarunkowaniach,
Dobrze by było.
że ktoś jest Europejczykiem, wyrastał z innej kultury łacińskiej, greckiej, kultury rzymskiej, a więc prawo własności, prawo państwa, prawo tworzenia demokracji greckiej i łacińskie, godność człowieka, a z drugiej strony mamy troszkę inną postawę, inne wpływy cywilizacyjne. I zauważmy, że dotrzymywanie umów w jednych części świata ma znaczenie, a w innych jest trochę prawo siły. I ja myślę, że bardzo ważne jest, żeby mieć świadomość, że to nie jest kwestia tylko Putina, to jest problem głębszy. I dlatego jak pan pyta, czy przy tym jak ustanie wojna należymy robić reset, przestrzegałbym do szybkich diagnoz i do planowania. My budujmy konstrukcję w Europie tak, jakbyśmy Rosji nie potrzebowali. To będzie najistotniejsze, bo wchodzenie do paszczy ponownie może grozić drugim przymknięciem. I stąd uważam, że trzeba zrobić reset i ten reset dotyczący energetyki i kwestii gospodarczej szerzej i budować z innymi krajami, które gwarantują nasz system wartości. Dziękuję.
Thank you. Thank you for these answers. And my next question that goes to Ms. Rybak will somehow refer to what we have heard previously. And I would like to ask about the impact of the energy crisis on the production of European companies. Do you think that this impact would have been smaller if the European energy policy, the European climate policy, would look like some different, especially in regard to what Minister Tobiszowski said, which are like fields like ETS system?
It's a difficult question.
No.
So I'll start maybe with explaining what CEPI stands for and give you a little bit of background of where we are coming from and why energy is so important to what we do. So CEPI is a confederation of European paper industries. And to produce paper, we need a lot of heat to dry it, and that takes a lot of energy. So basically, on the one hand, we take a lot of energy and heat, and on the other side, we need a lot of electricity to run the machines that go 24/7, which means that in the situation that we're facing now, we're exposed on both fronts, on the gas price and on the electricity price. Often we're being victim of our own success. We're one of the biggest producers and users of renewable energy. 61% of our energy needs is met with sustainable biomass. But still, 33% of our energy mix across the board, so we're talking about countries from Spain, Italy, through France, Germany, Poland, through the Nordics, comes from natural gas. And what we see right now, how companies are dealing with the exposure to those skyrocketing prices, is that first of all, it's a reduction of production. And that's quite worrying, especially that our products are essential to our daily lives. You might remember the beginning of the COVID crisis when we were all looking for toilet paper. Well, then we didn't really stop the production as an industry, but now we're exposed to closing temporary our production. Some of them, we get the signals of permanent closures and filing for bankruptcy. And something that we already heard today is losing the competitiveness. So for some of those mills and for some of those installations, what we're going to see is if they close temporarily, they might never open again. And that's the biggest problem in the crisis that we face. And it's very difficult to say what would have been different if it was not for the war. Because the high energy prices, we've been observing that since summer last year, and we've been raising the concerns since summer last year, and we already saw some first movement on the policy side in this case. But what was really critical is the start of the war and the consequences of that. And what we see right now, it's something that was mentioned before is lack of certainty, and lack of certainty for maintaining the operations today, but lack of certainty for the investments for the future. So something that as an industry, we're quite committed to is climate neutrality and reaching this by 2050. But now, with the double exposure to the ETS prices, to the high energy prices, the competitiveness of our industry is endangered, and by default, investments as well.
Thank you. And you said about uncertainty and some difficulties in for looking towards the future because of the fact that we have a war going on the border of European Union. And so my next question to you is, do you think that the ongoing situation will affect the decarbonization plans brought by the European Union, or maybe is affecting already?
I would say that it is affecting the decarbonization plans in the sense that what we wanted to achieve is to decarbonize, but not de-industrialize. And now, even though we're going to see multiple companies that haven't done energy efficiency measures, in our industry, it's one of the core of investments is in energy efficiency. Now we're trying to go even further in a very short term. What is going to be more challenging is to look at the switching to renewable energy, especially when we see that there are less and less power purchase agreements being signed, and the permitting process for renewable projects is not the shortest one. So there is still room for maneuver, and I think that there is still a willingness to go further for self-sufficiency, to tap more into energy efficiency, but it's impossible to do if the companies don't get the support that they need now. So what we see at the national level, even though we see the state aid framework being revised right now, there is a lot of capacity at the national level to go very fast and support the companies now. And then the next question is also going to be the budget of member states to be able to support energy-intensive industries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next question that will go to Mr. Sprzączak will be quite similar to the previous one, but it will be more specific. And I would like to ask about the provisions of the Fit for 55 package. Do you think that realization of this package is still possible, taking into account the new circumstances that were brought by Russia to the whole of the European Union?
Once more, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for that question. Thanks for inviting me here. I'm sorry that Minister Czetwertyński couldn't attend today, but I hope to fill his shoes. Thank you for that question regarding Fit for 55. It's a tough question. I would maybe change it a little bit, because I think that more important part is whether Fit for 55 will be influenced by the crisis, and whether it will somehow acknowledge the challenges that European Union now has with current climate and energy policy that it's pursuing. Because in the short term, we can see with the crisis and with the energy prices that we need all the energy sources that we can get. We have very high energy and commodity prices, the natural gas prices, coal prices, and I think that EU should take into account that we have to revise the policy, we have to loosen it a little bit, and I think that Ms. Rybak, Mr. Majewski also said about it, that we need somehow, we cannot be picky, and we need all the energy that we can get. So we need wartime solutions. So what President Majewski said about ETS or Minister Tobiszowski, I fully concur with that, because we need competitiveness, and I think that also the strategy needs to take into account all possibilities rather than going only in one direction. For example, during the energy crisis, Polish coal-fired power plants exported energy to Western Europe, and nobody asked about the color of this power. Nobody really cared, because it was a crisis situation and everybody needed as much available power as possible. So yet we still want to get rid of these capacities, even though with current macroeconomics, it's not really sure. And with the current status of natural gas as a transition fuel, there's no really good answer with what we will supplement it. Because of course, the renewables will be at the core of the policy, and nobody wants to question that, but we have to answer ourselves a question, what we will use when it will not be available. If the coal is not, I don't know, banned word in Brussels, if natural gas has big question mark whether it can be perceived as a transitional fuel, I think that we have to somehow revise, and I think that Fit for 55 has to take into account the circumstances that occurred during last few months or last 9 months since the Russian aggression on Ukraine, and take this into consideration. For example, taxonomy, do no significant harm criteria, and the stance towards waste to energy plants. I think that exporting high calorific waste abroad without any control, rather than turning it into energy in the safe and controlled environment with all the filters that we can have under the regulation and under the EU umbrella of legislation, is simply something that we cannot afford to. So I think that we should take a short and mid-term measure in order to tackle this crisis. I think that we need to do whatever we can to ease not only the industry, but also the end consumers of energy in Europe. And I think that Fit for 55 should take into account also this crisis scenarios and the crisis circumstances that we can hear it now, but I think that the European energy market should adapt to that. So I think that it should be more flexible rather than only one route oriented. Yeah, then we will of course need a discussion about new market design in order to avoid such peaks as we observed recently. But I think that the legislation will be on its way.
Thank you. And you mentioned crisis scenarios, and I would like you to present some crisis scenarios for the upcoming winter months. My question is, what do you think are the biggest challenges or threats in the energy field that we may encounter during the upcoming winter?
I think that there are still few ahead of us. We heard that I think Ms. Kanev said that we are quite prepared because the storages are full of natural gas. Of course, this is true, but we have to take into consideration that currently the prices of natural gas are low on the spot market. But when we look at the short, maybe midterm and long-term market for the end of the winter and for the next season, it's still quite high. So we need to take this into consideration, this uncertainty about the weather, about the demand on the European market. So of course, gas is one of the question marks that is still there, because for the short-term solutions, we are safe. There is a lot of gas in the European Union. There is a lot of LNG around the European Union, and we can see the signals to political signals and economic signals that led to this situation. So this is a very good thing that shows us that European countries and Europe itself, European Union, gave the right signals in order to tackle crisis, and we are capable of ditching Russia and ditching Gazprom in terms of natural gas. So that's very good. But of course, we cannot say that everything is done because this is a chain of events, and the high price of natural gas will lead to high prices of electricity. This will lead to losing the competitiveness, and what Ms. Rybak said about the energy intensive industry and their ability to compete and to sell in this kind of economy is something that is crucial, because it will have very long consequences. So we have to take this into consideration. But what I would like to say is that I think that European solutions are very much gas oriented, and I think that they should take into account national specificity, because of for example, in Poland, there is a big discussion about coal and the prices of coal. And for example, the temporary framework for state aid that were published because of the aggression of Russian Federation on Ukraine was very much gas-oriented. Poland liked to add some specific solutions, for example, for coal market, for coal-fired power plants, for district heating systems, because it's something that is very important for us. And it wasn't fully taken into consideration. So I think that we need to look at the crisis more broadly, because natural gas is not the only obstacle. But the legislation is on. The crisis legislation on the European level and on national level, and the ways to how to tackle the energy crisis are underway. Of course, the natural gas price cap that is being discussed, I think it's just around the corner. So hopefully it will materialize to help both the industry and the end consumers pretty soon. So fingers crossed for that, and hopefully we will be able to go through the winter with relatively not such a great damages to our economy.
Thank you. I totally agree with you that there is a need and a room for a more energy unity in energy variety approach here in European Union. But thank you once again for your answer. And that was the last question of our panel, brought by me. But I look on the organizer if we do have some time for questions from the audience. And if there are any questions, please raise your hand. I see one over there.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a business consultant and concerned citizen. My question here, I've been here all day and I've heard a lot about, potential nuclear solutions or a thing that would be good for the economy, for businesses. And there's two things that I didn't hear and that I would like to talk about here. First one is the people. It's good to think about the economy, but I don't really hear is in Europe people, really. So let's go back to the basics and to really what we can do as an industry and as a European Union and as governments for the people living. And second, we talk about shortages and how to fill that gap, knowing that we are now in a world where there's 5G, where there's Industry 4.0, so that gap is not going to go lower, it's gonna grow exponentially. And I think that maybe those two things could be a solution as well, is that we talk about in other spaces about decentralization a lot with blockchain and with empowering people. And I think that in energy there are talks about decentralized grids and giving potential communities a power to kind of organize themselves together. And don't you think that this could be a solution to help people, but as well help the industry be able to, take a breather and have help for empowered people that would maybe then also be more responsible or more aware of their consumption, and so help not only close that gap, but fill in the coming gaps that will arrive from the Industry 4.0. Thank you.
Thank you. And who's going to answer that?
Maybe I can address that. So I already mentioned that our industry is connected with people on a very daily basis and different value chains. But maybe another way where our industry is contributing to also well-being of people is that in many of the facilities that we have and where it is possible, we sell heat to district heating. So you would have places that the entire town is dependent on waste heat from our mills. And once we're closing the mill, this is going to be threatened. Another way where our mills are contributing to also helping people is through providing wastewater treatment services. So it's not only about treating the water that we use in our mills, but also providing the same service for the community around it. So we're very much intertwined with the communities that are surrounding the mills. And it is true that this decentralized idea of producing energy is also embedded in some of the business models that we have. And I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but it is true that in the future we will need more electricity. So with the solutions that we see in the decarbonization and some of the breakthrough technologies, we will need more energy. And it is true that it's going to be a difficult balance between energy efficiency gains and the tough reality that we will need more electricity in the future.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, thank you for your attention. Thank you for sharing with your knowledge and takes on our energy crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give now the floor to the organizer.
Thank you very much for discussion. Our conference came to its end. Thank you for being us here in Brussels and online. Our apologies for technical interruptions. However, we are looking for feedback and invite you to contact us anytime. Thank you for your attention for the whole day. And for those who would like to continue the debate, we've planned networking opportunity straight after the event outside. Thank you very much.